Give me your prediction.
So everyone else went with Fiesel, Kappa, and Klops. They won 4 of the 5 times, but I think them splitting their trios might have given them not enough practice. So my bet is going to go towards Flame, Prime, and Hunter. Expect to see them challenging towards the top, and can't leave out Fiesel, Klops, and Kappa as well.
All right, Monster D-Face, OCE, go.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to go with Geese, Slaya, and Skyla. And the main reason is because Parpy and his trio actually went to NA East, where you guys saw them dominate the region in week 4. So with that being said, I know the X2 twins are, kind of one of the fan faves coming up, but I think Geese, Slaya, and Skyla are really gonna give OCE a run for its money coming up.
Now for Asia, coming back to you, Sundown, what are those predictions?
So Asia, and I've been pretty adamant about this, how there's been about 5 to 10 teams who are consistently up top, but my pick is actually the WGS trio of Jag, Horde, and QLO. They played over in Europe for the World Cup. They've had the most amount of experience. I think that's what's going to allow them to win out.
Sure. Speaking of Europe, Shy Wager, you're up.
You guys already know who the kings are of Europe, Micho, Mongol, and Benji, but the only trio I think that can start a revolution are Stompy, Chinkin, and Aqua. They have a kind of counter play style. They already have a rivalry brewing with the kings of Europe, and I think these guys will have the edge taking it over at the end of the Grand Finals.
All right, for NA East, Shy, we're going to pick your brain again. Give us those predictions.
So one of the favorite picks to win NA East are Bucky, Animal, and Aspect, but I think the counter to that trio, who's really strong at the moment, is Clicks, Crims, and Spades. They play kind of a rugged type of low ground situation, always getting their win condition at the very end of the game. So I think their type of randomness and weird plays that happen at the end will have them make big plays to win at the end of the Grand Finals.
Now let's talk about Brazil. Gentlemen, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to make a bold claim here. I'm going to say the red trio is going to bring it home. Snow, Avalar, and Techno Viking. We've seen Techno Viking. He almost made World Cup qualifiers. Just barely missed out on qualifying. The same for Snow and Avalar. This will be their weekend. They're very hungry for the win. I'm telling you guys, they are going to do it. Now, finally, let's wrap up with NA West. Monster D-Face, give us your take.
I'd be crazy not to mention the trio, Scented, Rex, and Edgy, because they've been the most consistent in the NA West region. But I think another trio that can give them a run for their money is going to be Arkham, Falconer, and Vinny. And Falconer, by the way, the only free agent on this team here in the NA West, at the top of the board, still dominating. So I would love to see them come through and pull it big for the NA West region.
Some pretty bold predictions made across the board from everyone. Sundown, Shy Wager, Monster D-Face, thank you guys so much for hanging out. And for everyone at home, don't forget, tune in this weekend for the FNCS Finals, September 20th through the 22nd. You can watch at Fortnite.com/watch. And of course, guys, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.
Fortnite fam, we've missed you guys so much, and now we are here for the grand finals of the Fortnite Champion Series. Now, you guys know who I am. I'm Zeke. But let's introduce the crew that will be hanging out all weekend long. On the left of me, you've got Sundown, the luscious locks, T-posing on everyone with a nice little dab. In the back, you've got Dr. Lupo. He recently won an award for being an incredible human being. And to his right, you've got Monster D-Face, incredible content creator, and people still confuse us for some reason. I'm not sure why. Up in front, you've got Shy Wager, the big man with even bigger plans. He's a 10 out of 10, and by the end of the stream, he'll be eating a cup of mayonnaise. Now, Fortnite fam, I know you guys are ready to get into all of the action, but first, we should probably get all these new faces to the broadcast up to speed on how the broadcast is going to be run. Let's start with the broadcast schedule. So right now, we're going to be hopping into Europe during one of the heats going on right now. Later on, we'll take a look at some of the replays from Middle East that happened this morning with a live look-in at Brazil after that, and then we'll wrap the day with NA East. Now, how are these guys racking up their points? Let me get you up to speed on that. So first off, 9th through 12th will get you 3 points. Like placing between 5th and 8th is 6. 3rd and 4th is 9 points. Second place is 12 points, and that victory royale is worth 15, with every elimination being 1 point. Now, the prize pool across the FNCS has been $10 million. And here is a prize distribution for this weekend. A lot of money to be divvied out. And of course, the money is great, but being able to be crowned the first ever season champions across all regions is an even better feat. Now, before hopping into the games, we made some predictions earlier on in the week for Europe. There is one among us that had a bit of a different opinion, and that's fine. We'll get there. But Sundown, why don't you tell us about our predictions from Europe?
So I'll talk about our predictions since the rest of us decided that, we had a brain and were able to look at what went on in the past 5 weeks. And Mitra, Mongo, and Benji just wiped the floor with the rest of the region. They averaged a 1.4 placement, 3 wins, 2 second places. I know I've always harped on it, but it took literally 4 really, really bad games in both of those weeks for them to get barely edged out into second place. And any other time they've played their game, they've been on top. But Shai, it seems like you went a different direction.
Well, I understand they got their high placements, they're in their high castle, but personally, I see a revolution coming. I predict the upset, Stompy Chicken and Aqua actually taking it all home at the end of the grand finals. They're amazing, but I think they won't have what it takes ultimately, and Aqua will steal the race at the very end.
Well, we'll have to see how things pan out for these trios. Now, like I said earlier, by the end of the broadcast, Shai will be eating a cup of mayonnaise if MMB wins out in Europe. So we'll have to see if that pans out for everyone. Now, guys, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 of heat number 1 in Europe. We're going to be jumping right into all the action. And to do so, we've got Monster D-Face, Dr. Lupo. Gentlemen, take it away.
Zeke, thank you very much. For those that are confused, Shai went on Twitter and made a bet and said if the 3 that we've seen them just absolutely destroyed thus far, if they do in fact win, then he will eat not a cup, an entire jar of mayonnaise on stream. And to be quite honest with you, I think
We are one step closer to Shio eating an entire jar of mayonnaise.
It's escalated because he said cup, but we really didn't define cup. Some people was like, is this standard measuring cup? And someone was like, honestly, it should be a World Cup. I was actually just back in the kitchen looking to see if we could find any mayo. I'm gonna have to make a run tomorrow because after that last game, it was just incredible. So that is 2 matches down in the heat. Let's take a look first at the standings and see where we're at after the first 2 games because, that's weird. Who's that up top?
This might as well just be Shio, eat mayonnaise.
I mean,
I think
so
it
the
reads.
one thing, and we saw they had a number of elims. They were in actually 4th place after the first match, but then the 12 elim plus the victory route, Zeke talking about it, every single one of those being a point, and then the victory route being 15 as well, pushing them up to 38. They're already 7 points clear of Falcony, Robabs, and the Vic, who've been playing very well. 19 elims there is pushing them 5 points clear of Amplify, Miro, and Matzo, who had an incredible first game. I mean, it's been an... Oh,
I just want to throw out a quick little apology. Based on score, I had assumed that because Matsoi, Miro, and Amplify had first place, that they had the Victory Royale. They, in fact, did not. So my apologies. All we were given was placement on the screen. That's my bad. Back to you.
We got to keep him honest, and we love him very much for it. But don't forget, the top 8 are moving on from this heat. So right now, you must be this tall to ride. So if we're looking at just top 8, the points, 18, that's just like a victory route is worth 15 points in and of itself. So even if you get that victory route with 3 eliminations, you can now look to strike up in the top 8. So, and we're only in 2nd game. We're about to head into game number 3. What does this spell for like all of these other teams?
Yeah, you just have to stay consistent. You have to not fear. If you have a couple of bad games, that's okay. If you're able to get in, get situated, get a couple of eliminations, get some placement points in there. As you can see right now, to be on the first page, it's 11 points up there. But one thing I do want to take a look at here is some of the gameplay that came out from Mongrel, Mitro, and Benji. They were able to play so well, and Lupo even hinted at it, saying at around like top 40 or so, you could kind of smell that they were going to have that victory out. It had the sense of, hey, they were going to get high ground. They had everything they needed. It's like, oh, this looks like it's going to be a win from them. Let's hop on in and see how they're able to execute and get this done. And one thing you'll note is when they are on high ground, they're so incredibly disciplined with their angles. They're constantly looking around, adjusting, putting rockets towards their opponents, and then keeping control, working with each other to make sure that they're finding the right targets. I mean, Mongrel's aim on people who are in the air, honestly, you'd think he's using a controller, the way these players just get beamed as they come through, but no, it is just his amazing bro. Just as Mitra would say, that's crazy. They are running it through 38 points up top, and again, always on the high ground. And for me, that's what's so impressive. In a meta where there's so many RPGs, so many Shockwaves, the way they're able to not only get initial control, but then run the rest of the lobby without having to drop down and putting themselves in bad situations. They were never threatened. Count the number of times in this clip that bullets or anything are being shot back towards them. Everyone else is so focused on just trying to rotate and avoid damage from above that these guys don't have to do really anything in terms of defensive play, and they can just focus on going forward, and it seemed like it was just going to be a win. And honestly, I want to roll this all the way back to Shockwave just be talking about the retail drop spot and how your early game sets you up for an advantage. They have so many tools at their disposal, from ammunition to rockets to excess shields to having enough mats because they had rotations early on to hold the high ground. It just makes it so easy and so clinical. And I promise, if you are a trio or you're just interested in competitive Fortnite and getting better, go and load up these guys' server replays. Watch them play. Check them out on their socials. You might want to actually mute their streams every now and then because they can get a little loud on the comms. Ballas does a great job breaking that one down. And let's actually take a look at page 2 of the standings, because as we talked about in the heat formats, the top 8 are going to advance. But just so you can get a hint, 5 elims right now is getting you up into that second page. There is 32 teams in each one of the heats. You need to be in the top 25% in order to advance. In Europe, every single one of these guys is impressive, but they're all capable of stringing together a couple of good runs. You have 6 games, a third of them are down. You're now into kind of like the meat of it. In the next 2 games, you don't want to fall out early. So expect to see some intense battles early on and maybe a little bit more passive play kind of in the mid game, because people don't want to get dropped out. You don't want it to be a 3rd game and then fall out and realize, oh, we're that much more off the pace. Now we really need to be pressing forward. I think you'll start seeing aggression in games 5 and 6, but 3 and 4, they're going to be playing a little bit more like me, hanging out, just being like, oh, there's people over there? No, I'm good.
So not like me, who does not even get to play. Got it. Yeah, we'll have to see how things go, because again, like Sunun's saying, you have to be top 8 if you want to move on to grand finals. So for a lot of these teams, I think we're gonna see that though. Maybe even some teams that are even on, say, page 3, they want to try and make top 8. So they might just say, look, we're gonna contest MMB at retail. Let's just go for it. We have 6 games. Let's try it once. If it doesn't work out, we'll change up the plan. But I mean, I know that's
tough,
a tall
man.
order. I'm aware.
I wouldn't say so retail loot is strong, but there's a reason why you see the most dominant teams kind of staking their ground in retail, because it's like, come and challenge us if you want, because if anything, that benefits us more. We're confident that we can take those early game fights with you. Like, if you want to split and try and do the blacktop houses, like, that's fine, but these guys will end up running at you. They will take the challenge, because for them, like, they see 50 pots. They see points on the leaderboard. They see ways to climb this way up. No, it's serious. That's how MMB, that's how Volks and them, that's what they look at retail as. If you want to come there that confident, and the mental game is so important, particularly in a heat structure like this, where if you, in the first 2 games, if you are hanging around off this page, if you're not in direct contention, you might think, man, I'm struggling right now. Like, we really need to get into it. But in reality, you're able to string together 1 or 2 strong games, or even a victory royale right now would put you through, right? Yeah. And any of these guys are capable of winning one of these games. So I think they can do it, but it's all about keeping a strong mental game as you're going through.
It's tough, man. I mean, as much as I want to see Shy eat a jar of mayonnaise, it would be kind of cool to have a new trio come up and, you know, dethrone MMB. I am about that, but it's just going to be a lot about mental game, you know, like you're saying. If you start to just lose your confidence even just a little bit, that's going to affect your potential placement in top 8. We'll have to see, though. I'm getting a little too excited, Fortnite fam. I want to see more of this. But yeah, I think we're getting ready. Battle Bus, the players are boarding. Will be there in just a moment. I think we have a package here in just a moment. But what do you think, man? So do you think, like, where is Aqua? Did we see him? Is he on page 1?
They're not in this heat. They're not in this
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's different heats. It's okay.
Different heat.
This
there
is just heat 1. So
which brings
again,
me to my
just
next
to remind
point.
people, is a little too excited here. There are 4 heats coming through in Europe. 8 teams will be advancing and going on. And the way you're able to kind of score and work your way up is through eliminations and placing higher up. Though in Europe, particularly, they have the highest amount of participation. So all of these players they are at the very tippy top, right? This is the top 0.01%. Right. These are the best of the best and the people who are very able to, like, compete against these guys. So, like, they're able to elevate their game on a particular day. However, as we're sitting here and able to, like, have our own predictions, there's a reason we all think Mitro, Mongo, and Benji have done it. There are repeated trios who have shown they're consistently stronger and that much better than the rest. It's not like we're basing this off of, like, who our favorite players are, right? It's going and looking at it and breaking it down. But for now, we're going to throw to a 10-minute break while we sort some stuff out on our end. We'll go talk to the bus driver, try and get that going. You guys take your bio breaks, whatever you need. We'll be right back.
Hello, family of Fortnite. BallTW here, and throughout the Fortnite Champion Series, we're going to be trying to get more acquainted with the world of competitive Fortnite. Today, we're going to be discussing the 3 different stages of a competitive Fortnite game: the early game, the mid game, and the late game, and what different players have as their goals during these stages in order to achieve the ultimate goal, the Victory Royale. Let's start with the early game. Also called the looting phase, this is where all players are attempting to secure their chosen landing spot and maximize their loot potential. In competitive Fortnite, every game matters, so players try to strike a balance between high loot opportunity and safety so as to not waste a game by being eliminated early. Do you drop at a high loot POI like Retail Row or Paradise Palms? Or land at a safer POI on the edge of the map, where less players drop because of less loot. Regardless, the goal is common, whether you take a passive approach by looting safely on the side of the map, or an aggressive and risky approach by letting others loot for you and finding early eliminations. Now that we know what the early game is, what should we be looking out for during this stage? First things first, being contested. The first realization players make when landing is whether you're being contested or not, to prepare for the upcoming possible fight. Trios want to try to force your opponent into the more disadvantageous position cut off from loot potential. Either they have to make a desperation push, or they're stuck with less loot where you can easily clean up. That's just the beginning, as even though it starts off high intensity with all the different POIs being contested, it quickly slows down as the rotations begin towards first zone. Looting doesn't end here, and most competitive players will have a loot path, which optimizes their possibility for finding the crucial mobility and weapon upgrades. Thanks to the new battle map feature in the replay mode, we can study these loot paths and rotations quite easily these days. So go check that out in any replay from the Fortnite Champion Series by going into the Compete tab and finding your favorite player. It will vary from game to game, but generally, we move into the mid-game around the middle to end of second zone. The mid-game is the calm before the storm circle gets too small where it forces the engagements. Most players' goals are positional, but in some cases, depending on how the early game went, you again have to strike a balance, this time between looting and farming, or going for the best position. Looting could include playing extremely aggressive to earn yourself other players' loot. In trios, it's much harder to play that aggressive playstyle, since fights take longer and cost more. You want to be efficient with any rotations or fights you have to take. You don't want to spend your precious mobility, valuable resources, or health. This is why you'll see a lot of the top players look directly for center zone in the mid-game. When you're in the center zone, you end up giving yourself the most chance of being in the next storm circle when it gets revealed. You'll then have to go less distance and thus spend less materials. Finally, the endgame, the most exciting, hectic, thrilling, and difficult part of competitive Fortnite. Experiencing an endgame can be confusing and hard to process, but it will also be one of the most rewarding and fun times to play and watch. This is when you take all the advantages you built in the early game and the mid game and use them to push yourself to a victory royale, and also find as many eliminations as possible. In the current Fortnite Champion Series format, every elimination matters, just like it did in the World Cup. From 6th zone onwards, where the calm from the mid-game explodes into a cacophony of tunneling, mobility usage, and shots being fired, you'll see teams go for the ever so advantageous high ground, where they can tunnel very cheaply and have the most opportunity on the rest of the server for elimination, as they have the top-down view. You'll also see teams call out the need to find a good layer, which is away from other players, both above, below, and horizontally from you. You'll see teams desperate for the extra materials to last them through to the full zone closure, going for impact eliminations where they can top off on resources and power weaponry of their fallen opponents. So, whether you're watching or you're joining us on the field, take stock in the stage of the game. The early game, when you're trying to get the best possible loot while it's still available. The mid game, where you're balancing positioning while maintaining what you built during the early game. And finally, the end game, where you spend all the advantages you set yourself up with to earn the victory royale. Use this to form your game plan in order to earn as many series points weekend after weekend. And maybe next time, we'll be watching and highlighting your top plays. This was BallTW, and I'll see you in game.
Hey guys, Shockwave here, bringing you a breakdown on one of the most dynamic, flexible, and clutch items every trio is utilizing in the Fortnite Champion Series, the Shockwave Grenade. We're going to be taking a look at some of the basics on how it's used and misused at crucial moments in the game, and how to adapt and play against them towards the endgame. To get started, let's get a refresher on what shockwaves are and some of the basics of using them. Shockwave grenades are a utility item that drop in stacks of 2, with a maximum stack size of 6. When thrown, the shockwave launches anyone within its tile and a half radius far distances, destroying builds in the process, with the added protection from fall damage for the players who use them. The most effective way to gain maximum distance is to time your jump well with a shockwave right below you, angling yourself above it for higher vertical movement, or towards the side of it in midair for horizontal coverage. If you do use a shockwave to rotate through builds late game, you will only be able to go through about 5 layers of wood, brick, or metal before you come to a stop. When going for height, if you don't get stopped by any opposing player's builds at all, you can reach upwards of 7.5 tiles in height, giving anyone above you a surprise and changing both yours and your enemy's game plan in a split second. Although really easy to understand and use individually, once entering the atmosphere of trios and teamwork, the use of shockwaves enters a whole new dimension. There are deciding factors in win conditions if used properly, allowing for easy positioning and rotations. Using them and sticking together after the landing is efficient and gets your whole trio online, ready to fire at a faster rate compared to the rest of the competition. Saving these grenades for later use brings an element of surprise as well, and a level of shock to the whole server. Looking at 8th and 9th zones with densely packed endgames, vertical shockwaves make high ground and mid ground layers crumble, and give patient trios and surviving solos a way to counter long tarps and bases towering above them. Facing off against 3 players usually proves fatal though, as you are vulnerable throughout your whole flight and easily targeted by the trio you're trying to attack. Turbo building walls on the way up from your Shockwave can work against this though, but gives your newfound height poor foundation, easily shot out and focused from below. Panicking with Shockwaves in your own box and misusing them is always an irreversible mistake during the game, giving you poor positioning split away from your trio, costing you building resources, or ultimately you and your teammates their entire health and shield pool if used at the absolute incorrect moment. To counteract the chaos from Shockwaves, new and clean strategies are put in place to negate the negatives and potential mishaps in certain situations. When going for height, separately boxing up before using the Shockwaves and going for height then allows you to have power in numbers as 3 players get a vertical rotation together, overwhelming the competition. Discovering new positioning and Shockwave throwing angles and targets within your box might keep your trio and teammates closer together when using one Shockwave to rotate, saving crucial mats and attracting less attention during your mid-game rotations. You also save your total Shockwave count by doing this, allowing for more opportunities to challenge high ground, grief low ground in the endgame, or rotate in mid-game. Countermeasures can be taken too, such as keeping a teammate higher than normal multiple layers above you, as in the event of a vertical Shockwave, you still have someone up high who can rain down and support your trio on a retake. Keeping your own Shockwaves handy is a way to counter anyone taking height off of you as well. But if both trios play mind games and the circle gets smaller, smaller, and smaller, the more likely a chance there is for a messy, repeat Shockwave circus happening all at the same time. Player after player gets sent flying in the sky, with teammates all getting sent around in and out of the storm, off their charped layers, and splits costing your trio more mats and resources than normal. Identifying these mistakes, staying in your lane, and watching teams move is a good way to anticipate and prevent disaster from striking before it happens. Although an item overlooked as simple mobility at first, the potential and efficiency of using Shockwave grenades as a trio separates the good players from the great, and practicing, reviewing, and watching how plays are set up before they happen is a good way to keep in the loop, improve on mistakes, and get better retakes on height when using one of the most versatile items in the game. Keep your team's position in mind while breaking, jumping, and blasting into the air until you get it just right, and who knows, maybe you can have that top play or amazing clutch that saves your team while competing in the FNCS.
What's up, Fortnite fam? So first of all, sorry about that. We had a little bit of issues on our side with the European matches flushing, but there's been a ton of Fortnite action going on this morning anyway, with Middle East wrapping up their first and second heat. So we have the final results, and we're gonna hop into some of the action. And also, I just wanna say, my predictions for Middle East are looking pretty good. I know Z kind of hinted at it, but you can check out on the FN Competitive Twitter and also on the YouTube some of our prediction and our preview piece we were able to go through, and we talked about what some of our predictions, particularly in the Middle East and European region, are. So make sure you get up to date on that, get what our thoughts and opinions are. But we're going to be hopping into Heat 2, Match 1 of the Middle East region in just a second here. And honestly, I'm excited. It's going to be the first time seeing Middle East in outside of the open tournament format and seeing the top teams really go at it. And honestly, looking at the heats afterward, there are a lot of big changes now up on the board here. You can see there were some differences in the predictions. One, I will say, I was the one who predicted Flame, Prime, and Hunter up there, so swap Zeke and I's names, but otherwise, Klops, Hero Kappa, and Fiesel were the favorites going through. They performed pretty well. You will be seeing them in the Middle East Grand Final tomorrow. However, Flame, Prime, and Hunter were also able to have a positive day in their heat and advance through. So predictions so far are holding steady, and it's going to be exciting once we get in. There is a different style of play, different types of gameplay from all over the regions, but enough from me. I've talked enough. Let's throw it on over to Lupo and Monster as they take you into Middle East Heat 2, Match 1.
Sundown, thank you very much. Just a quick note to those at home. Occasionally we run into issues on the cast. Do your best to not get too worked up about it. You know, there's a lot of things at play here, so you have to imagine a 10-minute break is an insanely short amount of time to recover and get back into the games. As you can see here on your screen, Heat 2, Game 1 of the Middle East region just starting off. Tilted Town, a number of teams dropping down the bottom. Down here, pressure in the bottom and the pump shotgun. An early blue pump shotgun in Tilted Down, as you can see, is honestly one of the most powerful weapons you can get. It just hits so hard for and so many up-close fights, too.
Such a clean shot, and that's one of the perks of landing in Tilted Town. You know you're going to get a blue, you're leaving a blue pump, you're leaving with shockwaves, you're guaranteed heals, like guaranteed minimal.
Exactly.
Not only that, you're probably going to get yourself some launch pads as well, so this is the place to be, especially if you want to guarantee your loadout. And
yeah, that's
you
tough.
stick around just to get
That's
back to the
tough.
lobby. Not much you can do there. You catch one pick, maybe you get a point for your leaderboard, basically, but
Even then,
it was
you
his
have
battle to lose.
You have to hope it's like a solo, otherwise you know they're just going to get picked back up almost immediately. It's a tough spot to be in, but yeah, you're saying early game in Tilted has such a refined loot pool. The trade-off of not being able to build, or in some people's mindsets not having to build, because you know that you can just focus on gun skill and accuracy, is such a big factor in building up an early loot. Just the early loot game is so it's huge here. Like I said,
crazy
heals like
too.
crazy. Everybody's going to come out stacked with a good set of materials, in fact, just because you can pick up all that stuff out of the chest and off of every elimination. If you do get challenged here, it's arguably one of the better spots to drop right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, imagine a game where one of these guys bring that double barrel out of Tilted Town, because there are some rules in play where the double barrel shotgun only spawns in Tilted, but you can even take the weapons out of the place as well. And
Third time's a charm. There we go.
I was
Finally made
going to
it
say,
up top.
he's having a little bit of a struggle there, trying to get up and over. He's
Got
going
to track down that space bar. It runs away sometimes. Unless they're playing on controller, I guess. My apologies. Controller gang, love you.
If anything, Controller Gang has the best movement we've seen so far. Those guys can go 360 on the
Clearly, you don't watch my
running and
stream,
all that.
Monster. I appreciate it, though. Yeah.
But all right, now we're looking at Happy Hamlet here. A little bit of a standoff. Moon, Minzu, and Kinji here have that high ground. There's 3 teams here.
The prediction from 4 of the 5 of us, one of the players, Klops, going down in the feet up top there. You hate to see that.
And if I had to guess, I actually did a Middle Eastern VOD review. They land towards Junk Junction, so they must have had some kind of problems over at Haunted Hills, but we'll talk about that in just a bit here as Kenji uses a valuable shockwave to try and take the high ground here, and he is going to get chipped just a little bit. And such a nice pinch going on right here. And this is one of our newer competitive regions, so a little bit of catch-up, right, to catch up to the rest of the competitive scene, per se.
I
But
wouldn't even say that, honestly, because some of these players are so good, Monster. I mean, we've even watched each other grow very quickly playing the game just from watching these competitive experiences. You have opportunities like this. Look at that. The Kiji immediately flicks up, gets the knockout info, who's trying to shockwave from, over the top. But you have to understand, these players in the Middle East region have been asking for their own region for quite a long time, so you know they've been watching the competitive experience between all these other regions. That kind of learning has to have happened big time.
that was a filthy little ramp edit right there to catch AZ2M. And yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on, is that they were held back for so long because of the ping differences, right?
Yep.
But now having their own region, a lot of it has, a lot of these players have found a little bit of remedy in that factor as well. So good for them. We see new faces come up and have their moment, pretty much catch a little highlight here today.
KG picking up the revive right there on Minzu. Knock from the middle of that fight. A valiant trade, though. Honestly, if your team only suffers a single knockdown, you pick up those 3 eliminations, I'd say that's 100% worth it. Those bubble shields in rotation out. Team moving up on top of the hill.
And not
Lucky landing.
He was actually hit with a little headshot right there, ripped apart all of his shield. Now forced only down to bandages, and this is a battle that they have to take on their heels here. And I like what they're doing. They're backing up as a squad, trying to use this time to also gather some mats in the process. This team is not letting up. You have the NL squad right here, Nella, Easy, and Saya Zine right here. Or Saya's Ren, excuse me. And they're coming in with the push. They're still fully shielded up for the most part.
Now we got the ultimate high ground right now. Gonna have to fight out one player all the way at the top. Shots coming from the third party right there. It looks like a teammate trying to knock down that build as they're pushing up. Sai, ultimate high ground, looking down from above. Little explode from underneath. Gonna have to build against that. Waiting for the peak shot. Look at the timing on that. Very last second before getting to the pyramid. Gets a ton of big shots. Looking for the last one. There it is. Finds the knock on Izzy. They have the advantage at this point. Picks up that elimination up to 125 total HP. Nella gets knocked. Wild Gamer picking up that elimination. And an RPG in there is going to be huge. Tack shotgun shots back to back. Finds the third one. And that is a solid 3 eliminations for Sai. Wild Gamer making it up for the loss of silence down there in the bottom left corner.
Fighting on the heels right there, and they turn that battle around. Very well done. Not Sai, I've actually had the pleasure with, I'm pretty sure, talking as I've, browsed around the Middle Eastern region. So good to see him pulling up and performing here as they now are pretty much clear, and they have the zone. They're in the clear. They have the zone. They can get this revive off. So Silence is going to be able to come back in the game as he gets hit up on the reboot van.
Huge value. That being said, the inventory of Sai has 2 green tactical shotguns in there, some bandages, an AR, and that TAC SMG. Lucky landing, looking like it is calm at this point. A lot of builds, but no competition left down here as this trio is going to be able to pick back up, potentially finish looting up down here, farm any materials they can get out of it. They're in the safe zone. Circle still has 38 seconds before it closes, so they're not feeling too much pressure in any way right now. We'll have to see where the next circle goes. This is a good opportunity for them to build up a good buff for materials, healing, any leftover loot that might be down here, and make their way onto the next safe zone without much issue. Meanwhile, Suber, Sammy, and Dream pushing from outside of the storm.
Yep.
The far east drop here in the desert.
Such a weird place to play as well. The moisty palms where you can't just crouch freely. You have to be very cautious. A lot of the competitive players opting to unbind the crouch just in case. You don't want to make any mistakes there. And honestly, if you do that, you're kind of in the advantage, right? You set yourself up for success, so you don't make any mistakes in PvP. I know myself, I tend to crouch in fights all the time. You don't really realize it till it happens, but
it's a tough break when it does happen, I'll say. Looks like an attempted shockwave to avoid a fight there, but Super does get the pick there. A knockdown is rotating into the storm. Trying to get to safe.
That's going to be a nice little knock there. He's going to replenish his health up. There is a player outside of the storm line. It's going to be his teammate, Will, who's waiting nearby. And you can see over at the other kind of crater there to the left where you can farm up all the stone. That's probably where the rest of that guy's duo is.
Most likely.
Trio, I should say here. But someone does see the rotation. They're pushing on in. We have a trio coming in.
I say now's the time. You have people just coming in from the storm. You think you're in the better position. Pushing is basically a no-brainer. You see here, gonna have to fight to stay in.
You heard the shots outside the storm wave. You figured you might as well push out. These guys are gonna come out with a little bit of health tick. Anything to have that advantage there.
Dropping back.
All right, Sammy, Will, and Super here says, you know what? This is not the battle we want to take. The third party, it actually isn't a third party. They're just pressuring with explodes here. So they want to back up. They want to reset a little bit here.
I don't blame them. You basically started that fight not as a full trio. Sammy was still outside in the storm, and so rotating back away and saying, nah, this is not the fight to take. We're not exactly in the best spot. Plus, if you think about it, they did force that team, the team that applied pressure from inside the safe zone, to burn through some traps. There's some zap traps in the wall, so you've gotten rid of those, cleared those out of the inventory, which is great for later in the game. Ultimately, kind of a win-win. Instead of
Heck yeah, these guys had the power, they brought the force and cleaned out the game even at the worst circumstance possible. Even throughout the game, we saw double heavy snipes. We saw so many cool utilizing mechanics being used across internationally, which is huge because, you know, Lupo and Monster had a conversation. Are these guys caught up? Do they have enough time? Is everything, you know, in place for this region to be at the top spot next to EU, NA, right? We have this breakdown of a little bit of separation in the middle. We have NA West, EU, Brazil, as well as NA East, and they're all in that big top 8 region. But we have these top 4s, the first time Team and ME on the board, these games actually broadcasted as well. We can see people now becoming stars, right? We could have the next insane, calmer, clutch individual mongrel, but, you know, international across the season, a different time zone, playing his own type of metagame, his own type of strats being dropped down from height, going upwards, downwards, everywhere around the entire server. So it's really cool seeing how a new region develops and exactly where they actually place themselves in the timeline of exactly how their skills are, how their build fighting metagame is, what they try to do on height afterwards. A pattern we saw in the first EU games where, hey, if MMB have height, everyone below them, no shields at all. Every tag, it's a headshot from a scar. It's an easy 72 white damage tag that usually gets them that elim at the end. Middle East, same way. We're gonna break it down in just a second, but there's an entire type of shifted metagame where it's kind of those early season 3, season 4 tendencies combined with the knowledge you have at the end types of, you know, season 8, season 9 end games where, you know, you're rotating, you're tarping, you're saving your items. At the same time, early game, you're using them immediately. No thought whatsoever. You have everything on your board, you have your inventory, you know exactly what your teammates have, the comms are nice, everything's on the plate, ready to go, ready to get feasted on. So Middle East right now for me is just, is really nice. We're gonna be going into a clip actually of an early game, I believe, Happy Hamlet game. We're gonna dive in with Kinzel, I believe. We'll see how he plays out. Actually, no, this is a power clip. There we go, Kinji. Kinji up in Happy Hamlet. It's gonna be really dope to see him actually cut out for his team on height. We talk about the metagame, right? When Shockwaves first got introduced, it was a straight pump or combat shot upwards. It took people time to get used to that AR spray. He has it in his inventory already. These guys are caught up, they know. Ramp edits, practicing creative, right? Very ingenuitive, a lot of ingenuity there, as well as wall replacing for protection. It's not raw gameplay, it's actually curated practice, and they're brand new to the actual international scene, which is amazing. You know, baiting your teammates out for HP, going for finishes. Even support players like Moon know exactly what to do. Now, the star trio that won that previous game, Power FHD, knowing how to use and take angles properly, has traps in front of him, doesn't matter. Knows to stay for those right-hand peaks, knows when to engage, low HP, still does not matter. No pressure taken because these guys have practiced. This is not their first rundown, but it is their first showdown of exactly what they can do, right? No Mats here, has the elims, low health, still knows exactly when to look up, what to loot, when to use your utility, and when to support your teammate and still have a presence in the game, which is once again something players learned a lot later. So these guys are caught up with the metagame. They do know how to finish off. They know their exact win conditions as well and when to drop them through. Amazing gameplay. We're gonna now tune in and see what else they can do on the Middle East. I'm gonna be piking it up with my man Zeke coming in. We're both gonna hit that cast. We're gonna see exactly how these guys go down. We'll relive that breakdown actually together live. Zeke, what did you think about their presence compared to the rest of the international regions?
Man, I think we still have quite a bit more to see from this region. I think you did an amazing breakdown there. I think the ceiling for ME is still very high. We haven't quite seen what they're fully capable of, but I think over the weekend, we'll definitely see it. I'm also excited that we get to finally hang out, Shy Wager and Zeke. Chic, we have come together. That was great, actually. That is a true thing of the game. But anyway, the games are ready. Let's hop right in, Fortnite fam. We're jumping out the battle bus.
regions build up around different competitive metas. And now that the Middle East finally has their shot, things are a little different than I think we've expected. We've seen from other regions in the past. It's excellent to see the competitive nature of these Middle East players. And Sundown, what do you think so far?
It's been really good. I mean, honestly, a lot of what we expected, the teams who have been up on that leaderboard consistently pushing into really the top 5 in the top 10, they've been up there in our predictions. They all advanced through to tomorrow, and we've seen kind of the disciplined gameplay where people are stacking on their teammates, relying on it, and playing for the late game, doing everything they can to try and avoid those early and mid-game fracas, to avoid kind of those big sharks who are running around looking for the elims and get into those late game scenarios. But I know there are a couple plays you wanted to take a look at specifically here.
Very specifically indeed. Now, production prepared a little package for us, specifically, I believe, around Alter Ego MEV. We're going to take a look at that real quick. Let's jump right into it. This wall, absolutely ridiculous. Now, as you were saying, a lot of the team fire stacking on top of each other and taking shots at players in opportunity positions like this gets a quick pickup on Teddy's, and it doesn't stop there. You have players rotating from the outside of the map, and you'll notice the shots start, MEV takes a couple, and the comms between these players, it immediately becomes a 3-player beam position where they're up above everybody else. The comms will say, hey, guys, right over here, and everybody just the team fire out of nowhere, spraying down on the builds as players are trying to make these rotations, and the RPG shots, an alter ego on alter ego elimination there in your feed. You hate to see it, but it's communication like that is created, especially in trios. We see it more than in duos or solos, and that's why I'm excited maybe one day squads as well. That team fire is so powerful. Even in a position where you're going to get third party from another team rotating in. We've seen it in a couple of games so far in the Middle East today. You'll have team fire positions, but the pinch from either side. But you have all 3 players taking shots simultaneously on 1 or 2 walls. It's so powerful that not even all the builds in the world can save you from that. And that's putting these players in spots where not just 1, 2, 3 eliminations on from one trio to another, but maybe the team behind that's pushing in, it feeds into a chain of eliminations that's going to push some of these teams higher up the board than I think any of us expected them to go.
Yeah, and you're seeing that a lot when you have the 3 players who are stacked on top of each other, and then their comms are there. I mean, we joke about MMB, like, it's really chaotic, but when they all call out, you see, boom, everyone snaps over, and the team fire happens instantly. You're seeing Middle East put off a lot of that right now, but on our end, yes, there are still some issues going on with the matchmaking on Europe side, so we're going to go to a break right now. While we take some on our end, we will have some additional messaging that is coming forward, so don't go anywhere. We're just hanging out. We will have more games going forward. We're going to continue to fill with the Middle East games as we come back. So we're going to dive in a little bit deeper to them, which is something I'm really excited about because a lot of people don't necessarily get the visibility into this region. They don't have the opportunities to really go in and dive into this gameplay and look into what makes Fiesel, Kappa, and Klops so good, or what makes that Sam trio that much better in seeing different styles of gameplay. It's the same reason why I preached during the World Cup. Go take a look at Asia, go take a look at Oceania, go take a look at Brazil, because you're so used to watching just NA East, Europe, and NA West that when you get these different regions, there are really definitive styles and ways to play the game and different utilization of not only mats and rotations, but items. I mean, you see the bubble bounce came out from different ways. You see the Solar grenades coming out of Europe. People are constantly innovating and finding new ways to play Fortnite. And I mean, that emergent gameplay is what I'm all about.
The more regions you add, the more variety, the more skill you're going to see. And honestly, the different flavors of gameplay go such a long way. Now, I do want to make a quick note. If you're out there watching, believe me when I say I understand that production delays, can be frustrating. And without a doubt, the people that are in charge of this are trying to work through them as best they can. I would ask the people that are watching, this is from me, this isn't from Epic, this isn't from anybody like that. I'm sure production right now is going nuts, like what's Lupo doing? Do me a big favor, if you're out there watching right now, try as hard as you can to not be frustrated with delays like this. Things happen. It's a very complicated game, and there's a lot of systems at play here to get every single thing coordinated simultaneously. Let me tell you, it's not easy. There's a lot behind the scenes. So thank you very much for your understanding. And if there's any frustrations, don't direct them at Epic. Maybe direct them at your keyboard or something like that. So thank you.
Definitely protect the keyboard, but I promise you, we are looking into it. We're trying to get it resolved as fast as possible. If you need to yell at anyone, you can yell at me. It's fine. I'm used to it. I said do it right there. Go ahead. You can send it all on my way, but I promise you we'll get it resolved, and we'll always have the ability to go through and continue to watch some of these games, because again, it's always great to be able to take a look at the other regions. And I mean, I'm excited we're going to be able to see a lot of Brazil today, right? And I want to be able to watch that, and that's one region in particular. I don't know if people were going through and looking at how kind of the heats and stuff were set up. Brazil got bumped up. Brazil is on the exact same level as NA West. They have the full 4 heat structure, and there's been a lot of teams that qualified 8 players through each week. And the amount that Fortnite is taking off in Brazil, like, definitely want to give a shout out to that scene, because both Brazil, Argentina, like all of the South American countries have really stepped up their gameplay, both in terms of involvement and the level of skill and how they're playing in the end games. If you go and check out some of the server replays that are going through there, they're able to put up just ridiculous gameplay and ridiculous numbers, and the fun thing is the level of aggression you see that's coming out of them. They're looking to take fights in the early and the mid game. They know if somebody is like, if they don't spot 3 people on top of each other, even if it might be a full trio, they're like, we can eliminate those 2 people, or we can put some pressure on them to where if it does become a 3-on-3 fight, we know we'll be able to come out on top. I mean, that's why I like seeing King play that way, seeing Masteer, Drakons, and Blackouts. They're able to put out just such great gameplay. I mean, being able to look into that is fun, but at the same time, like, they don't necessarily have a definitive top team. So one of those guys could get upset if they don't go through. But now we're gonna throw it on to a break. So you guys, whatever you need to do, go take a break. We'll be back in a little bit, but we'll also have some games rolling. So you can stick around if you want. We'll be here.
Hello, family of Fortnite. BallTW here, and throughout the Fortnite Champion Series, we're going to be trying to get more acquainted with the world of competitive Fortnite. Today, we're going to be discussing the 3 different stages of a competitive Fortnite game: the early game, the mid game, and the late game, and what different players have as their goals during these stages in order to achieve the ultimate goal, the Victory Royale. Let's start with the early game. Also called the looting phase, this is where all players are attempting to secure their chosen landing spot and maximize their loot potential. In competitive Fortnite, every game matters, so players try to strike a balance between high loot opportunity and safety so as to not waste a game by being eliminated early. Do you drop at a high loot POI like Retail Row or Paradise Palms? Or land at a safer POI on the edge of the map, where less players drop because of less loot? Regardless, the goal is common. Whether you take a passive approach by looting safely on the side of the map, or an aggressive and risky approach by letting others loot for you and finding early eliminations. Now that we know what the early game is, what should we be looking out for during this stage? First things first, being contested. The first realization players make when landing is whether you're being contested or not, to prepare for the upcoming possible fight. Trios want to try to force your opponent into the more disadvantageous position cut off from loot potential. Either they have to make a desperation push, or they're stuck with less loot where you can easily clean up. That's just the beginning, as even though it starts off high intensity with all the different POIs being contested, it quickly slows down as the rotations begin towards first zone. Looting doesn't end here, and most competitive players will have a loot path which optimizes their possibility for finding the crucial mobility and weapon upgrades. Thanks to the new battle map feature in the replay mode, we can study these loot paths and rotations quite easily these days. So go check that out in any replay from the Fortnite Champion Series by going into the Compete tab and finding your favorite player. It will vary from game to game, but generally, we move into the mid game around the middle to end of second zone. The mid game is the calm before the storm circle gets too small where it forces the engagements. Most players' goals are positional, but in some cases, depending on how the early game went, you again have to strike a balance, this time between looting and farming, or going for the best position. Looting could include playing extremely aggressive to earn yourself other players' loot. In trios, it's much harder to play that aggressive playstyle, since fights take longer and cost more. You want to be efficient with any rotations or fights you have to take. You don't want to spend your precious mobility, valuable resources, or health. This is why you'll see a lot of the top players look directly for center zone in the mid game. When you're in the center zone, you end up giving yourself the most chance of being in the next storm circle when it gets revealed. You'll then have to go less distance and thus spend less materials. Finally, the end game, the most exciting, hectic, thrilling, and difficult part of competitive Fortnite. Experiencing an endgame can be confusing and hard to process, but it will also be one of the most rewarding and fun times to play and watch. This is when you take all the advantages you built in the early game and the mid game and use them to push yourself to a Victory Royale, and also find as many eliminations as possible. In the current Fortnite Champion Series format, every elimination matters, just like it did in the World Cup. From 6th zone onwards, where the calm from the mid-game explodes into a cacophony of tunneling, mobility usage, and shots being fired, you'll see teams go for the ever-so-advantageous high ground, where they can tunnel very cheaply and have the most opportunity on the rest of the server for elimination, as they have the top-down view. You'll also see teams call out the need to find a good layer, which is away from other players, both above, below, and horizontally from you. You'll see teams desperate for the extra materials to last them through to the full zone closure, going for impact eliminations where they can top off on resources and power weaponry of their fallen opponents. So, whether you're watching or you're joining us on the field, take stock in the stage of the game. The early game, when you're trying to get the best possible loot while it's still available. The mid game, where you're balancing positioning while maintaining what you built during the early game. And finally, the end game, where you spend all the advantages you set yourself up with to earn the Victory Royale. Use this to form your game plan in order to earn as many series points weekend after weekend. And maybe next time, we'll be watching and highlighting your top plays. This was BallTW, and I'll see you in game.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here to bring you the latest installment of Plays of the Week. The final opportunity to qualify for the Fortnite Champion Series happened over the weekend, and a number of players were able to push their way to the top and make some spectacular plays. Let's dive in and see who popped off. Kicking off Plays of the Week, we'll start with Kurtz down in South America as he lets no targets get away and says, "Not today." Staying down in South America, we're on board here with Nothing No Name, as he's able to pull off the hot feet flank and get the positional advantage to pick up a number of elims. Next, popping over to the Middle East, we have M. Siddig on the Tac Attack, going to work and eliminating the rest of the lobby. Now, normally we say jumping on over, but this time we mean it quite literally, as 72 hours does the leapfrog to pick up an insane elimination. Staying over in NA East, we have the world champion solo player Booga, well, dropping his opponents down a level or two. Now, over to Europe as we watch Fnatic Provoked get himself out of a tight situation and be the lone survivor to run the rest of the lobby. Sometimes in Fortnite, you need to innovate a little bit, and right now Jordan uses everything in his toolkit to pick up 2 quick elims. And finally, over in NA West, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Rex getting his high ground shot out and going for a last-ditch effort to get everything he can. That's it for the top plays from the qualifiers, and the stage has been set as we head into the finals this weekend. Make sure to tune in at Fortnite.com/watch or in client, and we'll see you guys on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Hey guys, Shio Wager here, and today we're going to be analyzing some of the biggest and most loot-heavy drop spots in the game. From everything to loot paths, timing, and fighting, the most crucial time that sets the tone of the rest of the game is the early game and your drop spot. Top trios have developed ways to split up and attack each of their drops in their own special ways, and we're going to dive in and see some of the basics of each of these spots, as well as who's utilizing them to place high on the leaderboards. Retail Row is an old drop that returns with a new twist in Season X, with both obelisks offering high priority loot and cube monsters offering free shield and ammo drops. Getting control of this drop fast and early can put you at a huge advantage endgame, offering multiple options from increased launch pads, excess shields, diverse utility, and big hitting weapons from all ranges. This drop gets split down the middle halfway, separated into the block tops and the houses/residential side. Most of the time, looting and moving is faster at the block tops, and an increased elevation on height by default allows for an advantage to whichever trio lands there compared to those at the residential side of the drop. With 2 vending machines and multiple chests available too, the trio that controls block tops controls the entire engagement, usually being the ones to come out on top. Mongrel, Benji Fishy, and Mitro have adopted and trained at this drop over multiple weeks of the FNCS. From forcing early game fights on blacktop to coming in late for third parties from the residential side, they use every advantage depending on the type of situation they have to beat other trios and win week after week, leaving the whole lobby scared every time they thank the bus driver. Happy Hamlet has been the drop most competitive players envy, with most chest spawns and many vending machines to boot. Having good options for rotations with ziplines and driftboards, as well as the option of excess loot to get snowside if you have zone, winning this drop and having room to play is a player's dream come true. Playing this drop, however, is very difficult. Usually with 2 to 4 teams contesting you because of how abundant and plentiful loot is, you will always have an uphill fight to face and conquer quickly if you want an advantage heading into mid-game. Taking fights here is all about who engages first and who gets to third party, with most engagements ending quick, as many angles taken are vertical, making it a lot easier to hit headshots for that damage multiplier. Close range box fights are also very common, with less room for mistakes and instant eliminations on knocked players, keeping all opponents healthy off of Siphon. Eclipse, Mega, and Dubs land at Happy, usually preferring the north side of the drop, and although might have trouble making it out of early game in a few of their games, the loot they get when the drop ends up working out sets them up for exponentially more points in the end game, with lots of mobility, shields, and high rarity weapons to make big clutches with. Landing at powerful drop spots is a challenge that requires practice and teamwork to overcome. Being efficient with comms, having a plan, being prepped and ready, as well as adapting to anything you see on the glide are keys in being successful in the early parts of your game. Use that edge for a boost on the competition in endgame, securing good placement and elim points with your trio. And who knows, maybe you can be on the top of the leaderboards playing in the grand finals of the FNCS.
What's up, Fortnite fam? It's me, Zeke, and we're hanging out with our best friend, Sundown. We're doing something a little crazy, Sundown.
Oh, are we now, Zeke? What are we doing?
We are going to make some very bold predictions heading into the finals of the FNCS. We also have our friend Monster D-Face standing by and Shy Wager. Gentlemen, if you want to say hello.
What's up, boys?
Ayo.
Very quickly, within 30 seconds or less, you guys got to tell me your predictions for the region. All right, we're starting with Middle East, Sundown. Give me your prediction.
So everyone else went with Fiesel, Kappa, and Klops. They won 4 of the 5 times, but I think them splitting their trios might have given them not enough practice, so my bet is going to go towards Flame, Prime, and Hunter. Expect to see them challenging towards the top, and can't leave out Fiesel, Klops, and Kappa as well.
All right, Monster D-Face, OCE, go.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to go with Geese, Slaya, and Skyla. And the main reason is because Parpy and his trio actually went to NA East, where you guys saw them dominate the region in week 4. So with that being said, I know the X2 twins are, kind of one of the fan faves coming up, but I think Geese, Slaya, and Skyla are really gonna give OCE a run for its money coming up.
Now for Asia, coming back to you, Sundown, what are those predictions?
So Asia, and I've been pretty adamant about this, how there's been about 5 to 10 teams who are consistently up top, but my pick is actually the WGS trio of Jag, Horde, and QLO. They played over in Europe for the World Cup. They've had the most amount of experience. I think that's what's going to allow them to win out.
Sure. Speaking of Europe, Shy Wager, you're up.
You guys already know who the kings are of Europe, Mitro, Mongol, and Benji, but the only trio I think that can start a revolution are Stompy, Chinkin, and Aqua. They have a kind of counter play style. They already have a rivalry brewing with the kings of Europe, and I think these guys will have the edge taking it over at the end of the grand finals.
All right, for NA East, Shy, we're going to pick your brain again. Give us those predictions.
So one of the favorite picks to win NA East are Bucky, Animal, and Aspect, but I think the counter to that trio, who's really strong at the moment, is Clicks, Crims, and Spades. They play kind of a rugged type of low ground situation, always getting their win condition at the very end of the game. So I think their type of randomness and weird plays that happen at the end will have them make big plays to win at the end of the grand finals.
Now let's talk about Brazil. Gentlemen, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to make a bold claim here. I'm going to say the red trio is going to bring it home. Snow, Avalar, and Techno Viking. We've seen Techno Viking. He almost made World Cup qualifiers. Just barely missed out on qualifying. The same for Snow and Avalar. This will be their weekend. They're very hungry for the win. I'm telling you guys, they are going to do it. Now, finally, let's wrap up with NA West. Monster D-Face, give us your take.
I'd be crazy not to mention the trio, Scented, Rex, and Edgy, because they've been the most consistent in the NA West region. But I think another trio that can give them a run for their money is going to be Arkham, Falconer, and Vinny. And Falconer, by the way, the only free agent on this team here in the NA West, at the top of the board, still dominating. So I would love to see them come through and pull it big for the NA West region.
Some pretty bold predictions made across the board from everyone. Sundown, Shy Wager, Monster D-Face, thank you guys so much for hanging out. And for everyone at home, don't forget, tune in this weekend for the FNCS Finals, September 20th through the 22nd. You can watch at Fortnite.com/watch. And of course, guys, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. Now, we're going to get ready to hop into some games very quickly, though. Just wanted to remind you guys that Europe, the Heat 1 has been pushed to tomorrow at the same time as Heat number 4. And Brazil has been pushed back 1 hour, so we'll be going into continued and extended coverage of the Middle East that happened this morning. Now, we need 2 casters to get us onto all of the action, and for the first time ever, Monster D-Face and Shockwave will be paired together to bring us these games. Gentlemen, I can't wait. Take it away.
Thank you, and thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, like he said, it's Monster D-Face and Shockwave here on the horn for the first time ever, which is gonna be pretty fun, man. I'm excited to cast some games.
There's gonna be some nice, scary casts, some nice, scary end games, mid-game coverage going on as well. Going back to the Middle East is very interesting. I touched on what you and Lupo were touching on, the whole can they keep up internationally. I thought they did a bang-up job. It was very nice, fight dynamics, end game rotations. It was just got good stuff all around the board.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? They weren't necessarily new to the scene. They just have a new kind of, platform to play on here. So to see all of the Middle Eastern region under one hub, that has been very exciting. And it's also important to note, some of these guys are playing out of Southeast Asia as well. So shout out to you guys. Trust me, you're not all just kind of clumped into this region. We get it. It's a combination of a bunch of different types of players and people from different regions of that area. So far, though, they have done a great job.
Yeah, talking predictions as well. I'm pretty sure we have the same predictions of Klops, Fiesel, and Hero Kappa, who are coming out on top right now. We saw them just come second in the last game. So even when the world is against them, even when in all odds they shouldn't be winning or gaining points, second is a big feat, especially with Elam's to boot on the side as well.
Yeah, for sure. When I actually did a VOD review over that trio specifically, they had some serious setups, and they were actually landing in the junction area. And I wonder if they're still playing it. I would assume so. I haven't quite seen the early game up there, so hopefully production can kind of look out for us and start us somewhere up north. It'd be cool to see, kind of if they're sticking to the plan from the last time I reviewed them, or maybe I spoiled all the surprises, right?
I mean, the big note about the trio is that they have had 2 partners, or they've had 4 people playing in total. They started with Hero, Fiesel, and Klops. Then they switched over to a guy named Flosa, who's also part of that Alter Ego org. And then now they've gone back to Hero, back to their, kind of natural dynamic of how they qualified in the beginning, how they kept on top of the leaderboards. And it's going to be interesting to see what they learned from the more aggressive style of Flosa, coming back to now the whole strategical, tactical, more launchpad, macro-oriented gameplay of Hero Kappa.
And you got to show some love to Hero Kappa. When we were checking out his gameplay, he was leading in frags, at least in the review that I did. He was really popping off. He was leading the box fights. He was getting the trades, setting up all the exchanges, and that's what you like to see in your trio. It almost makes me wonder, was he just AFK? Was something going on? Like, what's the story behind there? And that's one of the fun things when you're discovering a new region. It's learning, right? Learning about what these new players have to offer. No, absolutely. Interesting factoid as well. The one thing that we saw was they actually used Hero for one of the open rounds and then switched to Flosa halfway in the in the semis to go to finals. So I'm not sure what these guys are doing, if it's a flexible pick, if it's the first we've actually just seen substitutes being used before, ever, right? Because we did see duos, partners switching off, but now when you have a whole team dynamic, subs come into question. So could it be that type of scenario? Or are they just looking to learn more things? Scheduling issues. It's going to be fun to see how it translates to when we're watching the games. Yeah, absolutely. There's always so much to learn here. And again, it just kind of goes back to the question, who is going to come out on top? We have a lot riding on the stakes here as far as, our friendly rivalries, as you guys have seen kind of happen here. But anyways, there's our cast of predictions. You can see kind of what's going on. We're going to be leading right into our games, though. So, Klops, Fiesel, Hero Kappa, these are players we've wanted to look out for. We've talked about, Flame, Prime, and Hunter, right, as being a favorite for Sundown and Zeke, people to just look out for. And these are the teams we really want to watch and see if they can continue to pull that consistency throughout the weekend here today. But here's our game. Here's our map. We're loading in.
Starting fresh and early, everyone actually dropping out of the battle bus, just going to an overview of all the changes we've been seeing in Season X. We've got the Meteor, a nice floaty zone over there for people to take beams from and then drop down instantly. We have all these rift zones offering so many things in a risk-reward type of scenario. We have guaranteed pumps and tilted, but you can't build. So it's very interesting to see how people utilize that either early on fights or mid-game. Right now, we're tuning in straight into Retail Row for another throwback, Power versus ASMR.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a rivalry here. So interesting to see that multiple teams are contesting for retail. It's one of those power POI spots, and not to, use the word power because I know the team has it in their name, but we're here. This is the place you want to own. And don't forget, guys, we're tuning in with Middle East region from Heat to Game 4. So the action has been popping off all day long, and we're hopping right in. So this is the early taste of what is going to unfold here as our 32 teams are getting ready on the map.
Yeah, I'm talking about Heat 2, Game 4. There are only 6 games of Heat. There are only 2 Heats in the Middle East region.
Yes.
So this is the back half of games that were happening across the world from us. At the moment, though, we're going to be tuning into, looks like another team at retail as well, popping through. Looks like there's going to be an early Elam getting knocked down. This house in particular as well, the doghouse, kind of connecting the residential and blacktop site, is kind of the place you kind of fight for control. And this is actually Greasy.
We're in Greasy. I was gonna interject, but you're kind of just on fire there. Yeah, we actually hopped with another team. We're looking at Greasy here, so you guys know that taco time might happen at any given moment now. And the cool part about that is it starts to heal and regenerate health, and then at the same time, everyone's basically invincible. You cannot take damage during the time, but looks like a little defense being played here by DSQ and DX, and he gets the exchange here, and that's why they're gonna be able to successfully save Nijby. But again, the dancing happens. Which, by the way, it heals the down player.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so if you're down, your health comes back up. The only catch is if you're down in the storm, no one heals. And then at that point, it could be extremely detrimental. You don't want to go down during that time. But hey, if you're down, taco time can actually save you if you're on the other side. So pros and cons.
One big thing about early and mid-game fights is utilizing down players as kind of, strategic forces in an actual fight, strategic places to actually pressure people to come out of their boxes, to kind of control the way they move. So if you get to a safe space, no more timers there anymore, right? The taco time will come back up.
Hostage for a little bit, just kind of hold them up.
Absolutely.
Use that little bit of leverage to bait out a team, turn that into a winning situation for you, because one of the cons of going on offense is you expose yourself. You're out there, you're vulnerable, you're moving, you're typically not building.
has been heating up in the action that occurred this morning. Honestly, I'm a big fan. I love watching it, watching the early games in the mid game, the discipline when the team goes, but also the little bit of chaos and kind of like fanaticism that happens in the end games when all of a sudden, just as Monster said, it turned into a solo game right there at the end. But let's dive in and see some of the plays that were made in the past game. And first, we're gonna hop on board with Toggle. His positional awareness and the fact that he's able to turn towards the rest of the storm and lay down these rifle shots means he's gonna find a number of elims here. And you can see the rest of his team has been down. It's a tale of people making individual strong efforts in the end game. We kind of talked about it before, how they stick very close together in the mid and early game, but we've seen now over and over again, teams aren't necessarily able to keep that discipline when it starts getting hectic and all of these fights are going down. Players start dropping all over the place. Right now, Adam ZK able to find a number of picks using the minigun and the edits to get pressure, but unfortunately isn't clean enough to pick them up without taking back damage. Now you can see Adam is in shambles, so W Horse is trying to play the protector role, but they're in fights on the back of the storm, and this is where it starts to break down. Despite getting the siphon, everyone on their team needs to now regroup, and boom, we flip back over. W Horse, whole team is eliminated, was able to pick up a number of elims. 5 players left, 4 trios in the match. Power and Ebb from the low ground is able to pick up 2 elims in a row and then maintain his positioning through discipline and then close out in the 1v1, giving him a huge boost. And these clutch factors is what's going to lift these players up, particularly as we head into the grand final tomorrow. I mean, it has just been incredible watching the action so far and getting to see these guys really develop and continue on. And I just want to see what else happens going forward. We're going to throw it back into game with Shockwave and Monster. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Sundown. And yep, the action has been real here, Shayo. That was an exciting last game there. You saw for a second. Hey, Sundown, pretty face. We saw for a second there, you know, couple classic jump shotgun plays, kind of keeping that high ground, kept it real textbook. There was you know, that was his game to lose, if anything. And having the mats to close out must be real good for the Power trio who's been showing up this weekend.
It's always dope to see.
early and mid, and then a great display of the power trio holding the high ground and kind of putting what I said a little bit to shame in the last analysis. They were able to stick together as a duo and run out the rest of the lobby, showing that teamwork and the prevalence and the ability to dominate. So very well played from them. Let's hop on in and see what went down in the match. So first, again, we're hopping on board with Toggle and his trio as they're able to get a knock and then put a great amount of pressure onto them, stealing the wall on the other side, seeing the chug splashes go down, and just going to work. Boom, knock right there, gets the conversion, and they're able to then find the other opponent inside the shield bubble and reap all of the rewards from that. Now on board with the Alter Ego crew, who is able to find a pinch and then get the knock and seeing the teamwork. So now we'll see it from the other perspective, just the amount of pressure they're putting on, constantly pickaxing, trying to take the wall and trying to not allow the opponents to get away. This is the early aggression that's disciplined through, and you can see Dennis Smith being able to catch the opponent out there. Nasir going down, stuck between a rock and a hard place on the side of the wall, and again, just putting these rifles to work on the backside of the storm and catching people in unfavorable positions. Now you can see Mev picking up Lynn there and able to avoid the trap. And this is a great rotation coming out from Moon as he's able to land right on the side of the bubble shield, box himself up, and catch a quick edit. You barely even saw him take that shot out, but now he's able to track down and get the loot from that to put his team in a great position. But now on board with the power trio as they just run out the high ground. And I mean, just watch here. Like his ability to track Jiren there, constantly checking his angles, and they were, again, never threatened. We talk about high ground control and being able to work top down and converting it into eliminations. There was a reason these guys were on top in this heat, and it was their ability to execute and finish in the end games. That is back-to-back victory royales running out from the power trio. And again, there's a reason they ran Heat 1. But now we're going to continue with our Middle East coverage. I'm going to hop into the casting booth, and joining me will be the fantastic, as Zeke said, amazing, individual, award-winning Dr. Lupo.
I don't know about all that, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Sundown. We have one game left from Heat 1 in the Middle East, and man, it is coming down to the wire. A lot of really crazy plays, and you were taking a look at everything that we've seen thus far from that last match. The pace at which these players are playing, I think we've said it before. A number of us have mentioned it. Now that the Middle East has a more localized server to connect to, the level of play is really showing that even they can keep up. So going into potentially the next World Cup, if that's something that's in the future for them, it's going to be interesting to see yet another player base added to the pool of players that play for that. So.
I know, I enjoyed a lot seeing players coming out from India, Saudi Arabia, from Southeast Asia. They're all over the place, but the games are ready, so let's hop onto the battle bus and drop on in to continue.
different way. I don't know what to say, so we're gonna go over to Shy now. Take it away.
We got a package right here breaking down a lot of what just happened in that game, both on top, on high ground, as well as low ground and a few of the shambles positions. A very cool theme, actually. We're gonna break it down, see exactly how things are going. Let's check it out. Right now, we're gonna take the lesson that everyone kind of knows, but break it down a little bit more as well. When you're by the zone, by yourself, split off from the rest of the map, there's still a chance to actually pick up points and do well. Right now, we see an insane amount of survivability, a insane amount of points actually coming out, even if they're not placement. A nice kind of full send, actually, to go for points, not worry about placement, stay in the storm. The big lesson for playing inside the storm is sticking with your teammates as much as possible. W Horse does that very, very well. He then does split off, does go down. Unfortunately, that does happen, but he still got a lot of points he wouldn't have got beforehand. Now, another perspective as well, on zone line, not actually in it, staying ahead of it with power weapons. You can't look back. That means the minigun's gonna be used for quick, fast elims early, and then still full sending, no building. Don't worry about the loot, just keep trying to shoot as much as possible. We'll see a Reese's trio, the last surviving member of it, staying on low ground next to zone line once again. Shambles position. Can't finish out other trios, but chooses for that risky play of gaining positioning first and then going for uninsightful and kind of, random position knocks on people ahead of them. They kind of expect him to go back for loot, but he stays ahead of the circle, uses nice ingenuitous type of peeks from the water down low, and then still tries to commit, does not even care for the loot, still keeps going for those elims, knowing the win condition of this entire game is getting those points. We're gonna now flip over to the power trio, the powerhouse of the entire Middle Eastern region so far, Power NM7. He's gonna be leading the pack with the RPG, gets that quick elim off the top. Amazing game from them, amazing side games as well from people at the back. It was amazing to see.
Man, this trio is very quickly making their way into my heart for being a favorite. We'll take a look. Now remember, these are the results from this morning coming out of heat number 1. So FHD, and I think I was corrected, it's Fahad, I believe. We will double check, but Fahad/FHD, Yonks, and NM7 are leading the pack by a pretty significant margin. Don't forget, everyone here has qualified going on through, but I mean, we look, where is the trio that, let's see, okay. I like this trio. Do we figured out what this is? Is it Siddig?
I'm pretty sure it's Siddig, yeah.
I like it, okay. This is my second trio. Now don't forget, Klops, Fiesel, they're still somewhere to be found. We'll catch up with them in their heats. But what do you think so far, man? I mean, I'm very impressed coming out of the Middle East. I mean, this is relatively a new region in the competitive format, and it's really cool to just kind of see how they play, like what their style of Fortnite is heading into these kind of qualifiers.
Well, the biggest thing I've seen is the utilization of different types of metagames and tactics. You have the power boys who play and use everything for the actual end game, which is really nice, right? You see Shockwaves coming down all the way at the end. You see a lot of their utility used at the end, but then you have Rampage doing exactly what his name says. Rampaging forward mid-game, Shockwave, stinks, explosions, everything in his inventory. He's sometimes down to just a tactical shotgun. I don't know if he's dropping his ARs, but it's all used mid-game. That's where they get the majority of their points. So it's really cool to see different things go on the leaderboards in different placements, top to bottom.
That's right. I mean, don't forget, guys, there is 7 regions playing here in Grand Finals. I know we all want to watch MMB, of course we do, but don't forget there's other regions that also have been working incredibly hard to make it here and want to be crowned season champions. But Fortnite fam, with that, we're gonna hop back into games. This is heat number 2, game number 4, and we're back with Dr. Lupo and Sundown.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see there was the leaderboard real quick, but we're gonna hop right on into the next matches.
sure the Ranger trio here was feeling pretty good after that. Now we're back here. We're joined by Shy because he's got some pretty incredible plays to take a look at.
Yeah, the main thing with Obito that I saw was crosshair placement. It was actually insane from what I saw. The way he kind of manipulates each environment he's in on where he wants to place his crosshair is amazing. So we're gonna break that down real quick. We're gonna get into it and see exactly how things go. Checking out the replay right now, we're gonna be in Tilted Town with Ranger. So at the moment, he's gonna be looking top down, making sure his crosshair is always in the middle because he knows builds actually won't come out. It's really cool to see as well, dynamically switching his spacing on where he is. He'll see a Shockwave or an enemy come out from the actual house he's in. Instead of fighting him, he gets boogie bombed. He's gonna go up, make sure that whenever he's gonna be pumping through, it's gonna be a guaranteed headshot from the top down. More pellets will actually hit in this engagement. So very good, very fast cleanup. You'll notice every pump shot he takes is a direct over 100 damage because of where he places his crosshair. Right now we're checking out his another person in the region as well. He's gonna be going up and around Thunder Carl, actually moving in and out of his box on different layers. You'll see that he actually sees a lot of the zone, so when he actually jumps up with the Shockwave, he can see exactly where he's going. Then we tune in back with Obito, just standard up endgame, but once again, that crosshair placement from both these trios, knowing exactly what layer they're on and where to look. There's no confusion whatsoever on exactly what is going on. So off mid-ground, you wanna look up a little bit, but most of the time, your crosshair tilted down, looking exactly where the enemies are. Another plus 100 pump coming through. Once again, no confusion. RPG, look for more elim points down below. Easy shots taken, a little bit of an overpeak, but the clutch factor is always there. Once again, positioning perfectly, taking your time. The crosshair, I will keep stressing it, is so good. Just being at the perfect position possible, less work for you, more expected, insane plays, high accuracy. It's amazing.
Man, Obito, Ranger, and Nightmare. Now, Nightmare unfortunately was taken out, but still, an awesome game from them. 28 points. Obito really manipulating the chakra of his enemies there. If you get it, you do. If you're not, that's okay as well. With that, he got it. With that, we're getting ready to hop into another round of games. We're going to be jumping into game number 6 of heat number 2, if I'm correct. And I believe that's going to be Monster, D-Face, and I. Is that correct? Monster, is that you? Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. We're not the same Wait a minute.
No, look, I have different clothes. We have different facial hair. We're two different people, brother.
We're two different people. Oh my gosh, I thought it was just me and me there for a moment. My bad. Apparently you and I are actually two completely different individuals with different voices. Now you know. Fortnite fam, we're getting ready to jump into the next set of games. What do you think so far, man? So remember, these games happened this morning, but what do you think about the Middle East?
They literally have me breathless. It's been a lot of fun. No, honestly, watching the games unfold. Again, we talk about a lot. Watching a new region come up, and have an opportunity at the spotlight. It's been a blast.
Well, let's not wait any longer. We're jumping into game. Here we go. This is game number 6, I believe, of heat number 2, if I'm correct. We're jumping into all of the action right now. But yeah, man, Middle East is absolutely insane. Their precision, their accuracy, their aggression, like they are out of this world. And it's kind of crazy to think like they've been on this forever, you know, and now we actually get to see it. They get to show us what we've been missing out on. And that's what's kind of cool about Fortnite as a whole. It's a global competition, right? So being able to add another region and then be like, oh, hey, what's up, Fortnite fam? We are also part of this, fam. We're here to play. Let's show you why. I mean, it's just impressive.
That's right, and we've seen a couple stars come up. Even our predictions aren't necessarily as accurate as we thought they would be. It could just be because obviously we're taking a look at
this is just the first heat.
Regions, right, and even right there, Sam Hunter. I know that was like
sundown.
Fallout, right? So like today, when the stakes rise, right, and then things are a little more intense, these heats are coming out. We're seeing new faces come out. And that's what matters. The players that can perform under pressure. It kind of reminds me like way back when, and you know, shout out to Fulmer. I know he pulled through in the trios division for this recent one, but Fulmer did a fantastic job in the opening session of the Winter Royale, but then he couldn't pull through in the finals, and we've seen that kind of happen. So sometimes when the pressure's on, people have a harder time. So, you know, we'll start to feel it out, see what happens when the high stakes are up, almost the same way like can Mitra, Mongrel, Benji pull it through again, which we know they probably will, but
yeah,
it's when the stakes rise, who comes out on top. Those are the real champions.
I think Sundial pretty much puts it best. Some days are just not going to be your days, and some days of Fortnite for you will go unbelievable. You'll find your golded out kit, right? You'll get those eliminations. You'll get those perfect rotations or those launch pads, those splashes, whatever utility item you need. And sometimes it just isn't going to go your way. So being able to kind of pivot in that moment and say like, okay, look, we landed here. We took a bad fight. What do we do right now, right? That is going to separate good players from the very best of the best, right? And I think I kind of touched on a little bit earlier. I still don't think we've seen the highest range of Middle East. I still think they have a very high ceiling, and they're just going to continue to show us what that is as the season, as this Grand Finals continues.
And talking about ceilings and shots and all that kind of good stuff, Obito actually caught a nice little headshot with the hunting rifle on one of those unsuspecting players who was firing down and did not expect that shot to come right back. Lots of offense played right there, but Steady's trying to get to that reboot card. He actually is going to pop the Shockwave. And I don't know if this is the right play, putting himself at a disadvantage here. Oh, because it was only a knock, right? He didn't actually get to finish the deal, so he's going to be able to pull this revive off right here. He's going to be able to pick that player up. Obito and Ranger are now stuck in a 3v2. Remember, no one can build here in Tilted Town. It's all about the angles. Nice little camera usage right there, getting over the shoulder. That's going to be a one drop, two. Can he get the third right here? Connecting with so many shots. Zeke, this is going to be really close. Here it is. Oh! Hits the big pump. Ranger showing that he is not here to play any games, but Fortnite games.
I like that. Fortnite games. That was good. I like that. Man, that was crazy. But for Ranger to just immediately down two people, right, and then kind of force the enemy into that 1v1 with the chug splashes in his hand, if you're the enemy and you're popping something like a mini, you still have that like delayed timer, right? A minimum 2 seconds. There was some splashes there. That enemy was like, you know what? I've got the splashes, but I think I hit him pretty hard. Let's just go full send and see what happens. Now, Ranger was like, oh, are you? Please, come on over. I've got the pump ready to go, and I will down you. And that's why we saw them pick up the win last time. Again, just that aggression, that precision. These guys are executing on another level.
And that's one of the perks of battling in Tilted Town. You can really see those clutch ups happen because of the camera movement. It all comes down to angling yourself, hiding your body, and then making those shots. Here we have a little bit of a brute gameplay. We haven't seen much of the brute today in any of the regions. We just really haven't seen much. It's been kind of, I guess, flying under the radar per se.
Yeah, we've, I believe, if I remember correctly, we've seen it like 2 or 3 times. And right now, the way it's used is either to like just go full send on people inside of Retail Row, because then you can kind of farm the pylons there, farm all those cube monsters very quickly and efficiently, or you kind of sit in a build and then you edit a roof piece off, fire out the rockets, and then re-edit here. Sykes is going to find one of the 2 eliminations, and they're trying to track down another one if possible. It looks like Cubo has one of the enemies there. Yo, they're going to drop down. Not today, Red Boy. Not today.
That was just too easy for them right there. Stomping the yard, bringing down the build fight. Obo was holding it down, but it was not enough here as they walk away with a couple of elims, and they're completely capped out at this point now. Now they just have all the time in the world to heal up. They have the material source just from getting those knocks. That's going to be able to kind of replenish their pool, and it's only zone 1. There's already 70 players left in the lobby, so this lobby, unlike the others, has actually chopped down pretty quickly. It's because they're getting into their groove at this point. This is game 6 of Heat 2.
Yeah, so this is pretty much, remember, the Heats are in games of 6, right? So when this happened this morning, this is it. This is the player's last opportunity. So if they're down on points, they're looking to qualify. Remember, for this region, it is top 12 that move on. So they're trying to rack up as many points as they possibly can. So they just like have to say, look, cards on the table, we just have to go in. If something goes extremely well, we can potentially strike up in top 12 and move on. Or if it all goes wrong, you know, we may be outside of the range, but we need to make something big happen, and it needs to happen right now.
That takes me back to the World Cup qualifier days when Nate Hill and Funk came up out of nowhere with only a game or 2 left from a 30-point, I believe, and they climbed their way all the way up to like 60 or 70, pulling them all the way through to the final. So anything can happen here in these Fortnite games, really, when you put your mind to it. Sometimes the stars just align for you, really, and big plays happen. So big build battle out in the distance here, Zeke. This is your worst nightmare. Brute coming in. You don't want to be up top. You really don't even want to be here at this point because the Rain of Fire is going to start coming in now. And that is, for starters, a 50 shield pop right there. And it's Hunter, Prime, Minor, and Unique all going toe-to-toe here.
And
Hunter's
Hunter
already down. Prime's out.
That's it. Well, Sundown, how right were you on those predictions, my friend? Actually, he's very correct.
He's still
he's
correct.
really good at his job.
Yeah.
But yeah, that the Sam remaining duo there was picked up in the crossfire, and now they're looking to try and track down the last few players. That laser designator coming out telling you, hey, rockets are inbound toward you. You might want to make a move as quickly as possible. The thing about the Brute is, don't forget, it is like, if you just beam it down, you can either laser out one of the drivers, which is the top, or the one in the legs. But look, I mean, just them focusing down, they've already destroyed 500 HP from the Brute. So if you literally just turn it down and laser it, it's gonna just blow up, right? And that's the thing is, I think people haven't quite like adjusted to the fact like, oh, you can actually just beam this thing down, right? Because your first intent is like, I just got to get away from it. It's like, no, literally just look at it and beam it down. I'm telling you, like even with a minigun, you'll just shred it.
You'll see that like on NA East or a lot of the other competitive regions, especially the European and North American regions, they see a mech on the field, they turn, they alter. The server almost unanimously decides, hey, we're gonna fire at that.
Take that out.
Get that out of here. Yep, and that's kind of the kind of focus fire you need. In situations like this, when, like you said, that team was running, they paid the price. Lost the player immediately. The team on the mountain was firing down. Had they all just focus fired, that thing would have been gone.
Right.
These players would have been exposed, and it would have been a 2v3, right? Because look, their third is so far away. He's over here still working on the builds and stuff, looking for loot.
And we did eventually see the Brute go down, right? Because it was that team up high that did eliminate the Brute. But like you said, man, if it had just gone a little bit faster, those guys had just said, we just need to laser the thing right now, it would have worked. Now look at this, though. This trio, the little trio, they're trying to get their way up right now. iXon is trying to go
Little
for
Fly,
high.
Little Daddy, Little Exxon.
There you go.
You gotta love it. Oh, just a bad player gets knocked right there.
I mean, look, it's not a bad player because you made it to the heat, so you're pretty dang good. You got to change your name, all right? Come up with some new names, and we'll circle back to you. But yeah, they're going for height, trying to isolate and eliminate this team if possible. But looking at the minimap monster, they're still, I mean, there's a trio down by the ravine here. If they decide they want some of this action, we've even seen one of the little triangles looking. You know what? It's not worth it.
We're looking over, but Exxon actually threw that shield bubble down, giving them a little bit of breathing room. And if I'm not mistaken, whatever team was climbing up there, unfortunate for them, but they went up and one player got heavy sniped, and then the bad player was shot down. Not to call him a bad player, but
that
just a bad player. That's your name, buddy. Yeah, he was shot down by the AR. So the focus fire really not going in their favor right there. They came up at the wrong time and paid the price for it. But here we have Exxon just chilling up above. Whatever threats that were lingering about have now moved out, and they're chilling. They're doing really good for themselves. Zone 2 underway, going into 3. The storm's already moving. They have to roll too. They're not safe just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they doesn't look like they have anything in the means of mobility. They're great on builds, though. Almost capped off, just missing some of that wood material there. But we can't even see where the new safe zone is. If you look at the bottom right minimap, once you can start to kind of see the edge of that circle, you're like, okay, I don't actually have to go that much farther. But right now, we still can't even see it. So this circle must be, it's got to be far.
It's got to be just past. There it is. You saw a little snippet. So it's there. It's not too far. I think Exxon will probably eat a little bit of the zone pressure here. Yeah. For kind of biding time, getting materials. But it's more important to have those materials anyways. You kind of need them. So I don't blame them. Now jumping over to Baguette, IOV, and Cursive. They're actually in the best spot possible right now. You saw the team we were just keeping up with, the little homies down on the river over there.
The little homies.
The little homies.
There it is.
Do you remember? Do you ever remember those little homies? That was like a real reference.
Wait, you talking about like the actual, like the toy, the little homie?
Yeah, they were the little, you put a quarter in, you kind of roll for them.
Yes, I do, but people.
I had so many of those.
But see, people that are much younger than us have no idea what we're talking about.
We're so old, Zeke.
We're so old.
And we look alike.
There you have it. There you have it. Cursive, what in the world?
Nice
so don't
shots.
forget, this Crix was Six, excuse me, was one of the people in that brute we saw earlier.
Yeah.
And now look, he's like, hey, give me an opportunity. Let me just beam your face off. There you go. He got the opportunity.
Taken right out, and oh man, all these players are trying to get this freebie pass here with that launch pad, but another player goes down. It's going to be Trigger QQ Unique. He's going to get taken out. Cursive putting monstrous pressure up with the scoped AR, which a weapon we just do not see shine enough. And it's gotten so many changes, so many great changes. They increased the damage on it. It no longer has damage drop off. It's 100% accurate. It's actually a fairly useful rifle, especially for long range like that. You can chip away at players. You see the marking coming out perfectly as well, just letting his teammates know, hey, I hurt that guy. This guy's shot right here. He's doing a really good job controlling the field here.
And the thing is, at least I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think the reason we don't see a lot of the scoped AR is because the infantry rifle kind of does the same thing, but the infantry rifle is more useful at close quarters, right? Because when you scope in with the AR, you're not going to do that at point blank, and the crosshair is way too big to try and take that engagement. But if you point blank someone with the infantry rifle, which everyone can do, because like this is the very best of the best, right? That's where all these flick shots come out. They're gonna hit you for 80+ damage right to your face, right? So I think that's probably why he has that scoped AR. If he probably could find an infantry rifle, he might opt to swap it out. And maybe this player loves the scoped AR because I think it's a great weapon. But that's probably why we don't see that weapon as much as we probably should.
Yeah, you're right. The infantry rifle, and it just hits harder, right? You know, why hit for 26 when if you're gonna peek like that, he'll hit you for 41?
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Like, yeah, you don't get the zoomed in scope, but I mean, if I just put this crosshair over that pixel and I get that damage number,
Which they do.
They do. They don't miss. That's why they are here. That's why they've made it to these heats, and they're looking to make it into grand finals. I mean, this is the very best of the best, man.
We're chiseling it down right here, but nice heavy snipe attempt right there. He's not going to quite connect. Now here comes a rotation.
You can get this. You can get
He's
this.
waiting.
Focus.
The
Focus.
strafe. You stand still. You eat the bullet. It's Cursive who goes down. Little X on here. Lands a monster shot. He's now trying to knock him off that ground right there. See if he can force that player down to convert on the elimination here, Zeke.
That's crazy. On Cursive of all people, like, we just left him beaming players left and right. Like, you cannot stand still. You just cannot. We call that gargoyling. You cannot sit there like a gargoyle and stand still because these heavy snipes will come out. They will drop you every single time. And that's what our little homies just did. I tried not to laugh. I really did. Oh, gosh. Anyway, that's what Exxon did. He was like, you waited. And you saw the patience, right? Because he could have taken a shot at any moment, but he said, look, this guy's going to stand still. Cursive will make the mistake. I'm just going to wait. And sure enough, it happened.
That's right, and man, they managed to pull that revive off, which you really only see in trios, right? Even though they tried to full send, just one person playing defense is just good enough to kind of hold out and get those saves off. So lucky for them, Cursive is going to be able to pop his minis there. You saw him, he's still in the running here, but we have a battle now on the Storm line back here. EG's under fire right now. They're still 3-1 in this situation. It's one tap, boom, who gets hit with a big shot right there. Puts him right down.
And another one, a follow-up to Dev there. That was okay, Tormund. Those flick shots were out of this world.
Wait a second, was that did he no-scope him in the face? Like, what just happened right there?
Dude, honestly, I blinked and I missed it. That's how good ME is. But, dude, look at this loadout right now. So this is what we kind of talked about, right? So similar loadout to what we saw from Cursive. The difference is he is rocking the legendary infantry rifle instead of that scoped AR. So, you know, your loadout's very much going to dictate what you can and can't do. And right now, Tormund has a lot. Okay, I was about to be like, bro, did you just
like
body shot that?
That looked like
that would have been so dope. Close. Very close, though.
Very, very close indeed. So they're facing up a tough rotation here. They have a long way to go. There's a team perched up on the high ground, team to the left, team based up in front of them, one down in the ditch below them. This is a struggle of a rotation. I mean, they do have shockwaves, and look, they're looking at the extra mass. They're looking at the extra trap in the zone like, hey, buddy, is it worth it? Like, we kind of need this. Okay, lucky for them, they do have a launch pad. They're going for that immediate launch pad play. Have to hug the mountain right here. There it is. They're going to go in and block that line of sight just a little bit, and lucky for them, they do not get the focus of the server as they make it across the river here now.
But look on the little hill there that was on their left. Obito Nightmare and their third partner is here. They are here ready to potentially take another win if possible. Now, these guys are already sitting on 4 eliminations, which, by the way, 4 eliminations halfway through your game in a server like this speaks volumes in itself. Like, it's either one of 2 things, right? They had that early drop, they contested a team, and they eliminated them, or what we saw is they said, you know what, it's almost late game, we're moving it in there, let's try and make a pick. They do have the double heavy snipe and the rocket launcher monster. They can make some plays.
That's right. With the heavy sniper, with their RPG, it actually looks like they're poised up for one right now. There goes the heavy snipe to open up a box right there. They find a brute. In comes the shots. They just want to expose that brute, get as much damage in it as possible. And that's a 121.
On
that's going to connect with 2, exactly 2 different players right there. That's huge. That team is going to be in a world of hurting. In comes the RPG, heavy snipe play right there. Cracks it right open. LX KBR goes down. In comes another rocket, and they just wipe that entire team up.
But see, that's the difference, right? Earlier on in the match, we saw the Brute kind of terrorizing a few different trios. But this is exactly what you want to do. I quickly identified that's a Brute. And look at that, they just immediately destroyed that entire trio, almost effortlessly, right? Like, the only thing they really traded was a few AR rounds, which looking at just Pro here, Lax, he's got almost 800 rounds of AR, completely topped off on rockets. He used, I think, 4 rockets back there, if I remember correctly, all to just pick up another trio. Like, that's huge, and that's just going to continue to propel him. It's also going to remove that Brute from play. So, because if that had gone into late game, that would have definitely devastated the battlefield.
You also got to appreciate the team that was above him was like, hey, the guys below us have RPGs and heavy snipers, by the way. Let's get out of here. They launched at it right. Yeah, they launched at it right out of there. Like, dude, I want nothing to do with this. So off they went, and now they get a free launch pad. We like to call these the community launch pad. Sharing is caring in the situation here where they get that freebie rotation. Anyone nearby gets to kind of skate on out of there as well. And here's a look at your server. As you see, there's still a couple of faces to look out for here. Ranger, Nightmare, and Obito we saw pop off just a bit ago. Ranger really making some big plays here. Looks like he's contesting for the high ground. He's going, trying to use that distraction of the team that was battling there, and it's gonna work out. They're gonna get this high ground. The Shockwave is gonna come up. Is it gonna be enough? Doesn't look like it. Things are gonna pause up a bit here. His Rangers still, they're very high though. His boys are battling here, Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have the loadout. Like, unless he has, like, I was going to say the only thing he can do is Shockwave here, but, I mean, or just catch Mood completely off guard. That is a 100 to the back of his head, and they're going to drop him and find potential more loot. There is an edit peek going on, and there you go. See ya later. I'm so sorry. I'll just see myself out here. See, I did it twice.
Later. Taken out right there by the MES boys. That was actually
we got our jib
really
operator
intense.
over here, Nicole. She's dying. She's dying. I got one person to laugh. We did it, boys. All right.
Was it worth it, Zeke?
Yes, it was. It's always worth it. Ranger and Obito here. Now, the question is, did Nightmare go down, or is he just lower somewhere else? Okay, so Nightmare's actually down. Ranger has 4 eliminations, and Obito is the 1. So that means it's just going to be them for the rest of the game, because there's no way you're getting a revive off at this point in the game.
Look at how high up they are as well. They're so high up right here.
Really
They only
scary.
have 1 Shockwave.
This is too scary.
But I mean, they got the elims while on the high ground, so you know they just replenished a ton of material. The question is it enough?
Oh,
no,
God, the rocket!
It's not enough.
No, the rocket, you gotta launch.
Yep,
Okay.
there it is. They saw it coming. He shockwaves right off. He still manages to land on high ground, and more shockwaves are now coming out. But him and his duo that remains from this trio here are left alone to battle this server out.
And Ranger had a Shockwave that he used to get much further down, so they're very far apart right now. But Ranger's doing okay, just took a big hit, and his shield got chunked down. They have to try and regroup if possible, but I mean, everyone else in the lobby is onto what they're doing. Now he's gonna find Baguette here, his deliciousness, and he's gonna try and get some of that potential loot. More Shockwaves are coming through, so now he can try to make more plays. The question is, where is Ranger? Like, Obito's making a play for high ground again. He's like, look, I don't know what you're doing. I've got to try and get back up to high ground. Because of that, Ranger falls, and now look, Obito has unfortunately launched himself behind everyone. No shotgun gun can help you there. It's a tough life to live, but the game keeps on rolling. Brook, aha! is down there on no HP. Gentle is here, kind of on the safer side of the circle. But look, Monster, across the board, everyone is in critical condition right now.
The server just got melted. I don't know what happened, but that zone wave was absolutely devastating to most of the players that remained in this lobby. Shockwaves are now popping off right here as Power GNTL. Power Gentle is trying to hold it down, trying to stay in the running here. He has one shield bubble remaining. If he uses it, he can't fire up. If he doesn't use it, he kind of goes down without it. It could be the difference in keeping him in the game here. He's going to run for the mats. There's going to be huge mats. He actually didn't have any up until that point. There's a minigun. There's an RPG right next to him. He's going to focus the RPG player instead of using that to his advantage here. So now he's left in a 1v1 situation. He did get one material off of that. That's all he has. Can he connect? Zeke here. He has one more shot to make, and he does connect. Not Weevil falls in the final moments. Gentle somehow pulling it all together, making the right decision to hit in his shots.
That is absolutely insane. With no materials, constantly having to scavenge. Gentle there made it all work in his favor. And don't forget, that was one of the trio we saw in the very beginning that started the game with the Brood. So they still play second because of that. Still points to be divvied out. For now, we're going to go back in the studio with Sundown. Sundown, what you got for us?
Thank you so much, Zeke and Monster. And what I got will be some highlights from that last game we just saw, and then the final results from Heat 2 of the Middle East. So we'll see who's going to round out the second half of that roster in the grand finals tomorrow. But first, let's take a look at some of the action that went down and what led to the final moments. So first, we're hopping on board. We saw Thunder Carl have a great game previously with those Rockets in the last game. Got to watch him break that down, having a very strong early game here, able to put to work with that recently unvaulted TAC SMG, the high rate of fire just ripping apart. You can see Reed able to follow up right away, putting the two tactical weapons to great tactical use there, cleaning that one up and closing out the fight. Now, we talked about kind of the limited weaknesses the Brute has and how it can kind of affect it right here. You're third partying somebody who's already at multiple levels. There is no way they're going to be able to turn and react. That is basically free mowing for the Brute. Now, it does end up getting focused down eventually, but not before they're able to pick up a massive advantage from just showing up to the fight at the right time. Now, we're going to rotate over again, because notice we're just inside the placement threshold here, and Gentle is all by his lonesome. And this is what we talked about in the Middle East, how the gameplay tends to break down towards the end. People lose a little bit more of their teamwork compared to the other regions, and that's what allows Gentle to just out-survive the rest of the lobby, picking up a number of clutch elims at the end, which ends up pushing him up a difference of 9+ points there from the placements and the eliminations he was able to get, those final moments being enough to push them up into the grand final territory. Let's take a look at the standings, and I mean, you can see them right up there on the board as well. Just a great performance coming out, the results coming on here, and like, again, my pick right there, Prime, Aflame, and Hunter, but also shout out to Obito, Nightmare, and Ranger for their great performance, the trio playing out of India. So again, I love seeing these different regions being able to go through. We will actually also see the next page as well, since the top 16 are the ones who are advancing, so you can see the line right there. And again, the one thing I want to note is the difference of how many in Fortnite, when all the little plays matter. Right here, the line, it's 1 point. That's one elimination. That's getting one other revive. That's finishing one other knock, but able to push through one-shot Soriana and Power RV. So honestly, the field is now set. Both of the trios who we predicted will be competing in the grand final tomorrow, and I'm excited because we'll get an opportunity to see some of those matches and crown our first ever Season X champion. So it's going to be great. We've seen a lot of Middle East so far. That's it for the games from them. We're going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break while we get ourselves situated, use the bathroom, do anything, go walk your dog real quick, get some water, get some food in you, because we're going to do the same, and then we'll be back with more Fortnite action.
Hello, family of Fortnite. BallTW here, and throughout the Fortnite Champion Series, we're going to be trying to get more acquainted with the world of competitive Fortnite. Today, we're going to be discussing the 3 different stages of a competitive Fortnite game: the early game, the mid game, and the late game, and what different players have as their goals during these stages in order to achieve the ultimate goal, the Victory Royale. Let's start with the early game. Also called the looting phase, this is where all players are attempting to secure their chosen landing spot and maximize their loot potential. In competitive Fortnite, every game matters, so players try to strike a balance between high loot opportunity and safety so as to not waste a game by being eliminated early. Do you drop at a high loot POI like Retail Row or Paradise Palms? Or land at a safer POI on the edge of the map, where less players drop because of less loot. Regardless, the goal is common, whether you take a passive approach by looting safely on the side of the map, or an aggressive and risky approach by letting others loot for you and finding early eliminations. Now that we know what the early game is, what should we be looking out for during this stage? First things first, being contested. The first realization players make when landing is whether you're being contested or not, to prepare for the upcoming possible fight. Trios want to try to force your opponent into the more disadvantageous position cut off from loot potential. Either they have to make a desperation push, or they're stuck with less loot where you can easily clean up. That's just the beginning, as even though it starts off high intensity with all the different POIs being contested, it quickly slows down as the rotations begin towards first zone. Looting doesn't end here, and most competitive players will have a loot path which optimizes their possibility for finding the crucial mobility and weapon upgrades. Thanks to the new battle map feature in the replay mode, we can study these loot paths and rotations quite easily these days. So go check that out in any replay from the Fortnite Champion Series by going into the Compete tab and finding your favorite player. It will vary from game to game, but generally, we move into the mid game around the middle to end of second zone. The mid game is the calm before the storm. Before the storm circle gets too small where it forces the engagements. Most players' goals aren't positional, but in some cases, depending on how the early game went, you again have to strike a balance, this time between looting and farming, or going for the best position. Looting could include playing extremely aggressive to earn yourself other players' loot. In trios, it's much harder to play that aggressive playstyle, since fights take longer and cost more. You want to be efficient with any rotations or fights you have to take. You don't want to spend your precious mobility, valuable resources, or health. This is why you'll see a lot of the top players look directly for center zone in the mid game. When you're in the center zone, you end up giving yourself the most chance of being in the next storm circle when it gets revealed. You'll then have to go less distance and thus spend less materials. Finally, the end game, the most exciting, hectic, thrilling, and difficult part of competitive Fortnite. Experiencing an endgame can be confusing and hard to process, but it will also be one of the most rewarding and fun times to play and watch. This is when you take all the advantages you built in the early game and the mid game and use them to push yourself to a Victory Royale, and also find as many eliminations as possible. In the current Fortnite Champion Series format, every elimination matters, just like it did in the World Cup. From 6th zone onwards, where the calm from the mid-game explodes into a cacophony of tunneling, mobility usage, and shots being fired, you'll see teams go for the ever-so-advantageous high ground, where they can tunnel very cheaply and have the most opportunity on the rest of the server for elimination, as they have the top-down view. You'll also see teams call out the need to find a good layer, which is away from other players, both above, below, and horizontally from you. You'll see teams desperate for the extra materials to last them through to the full zone closure, going for impact eliminations, where they can top off on resources and power weaponry of their fallen opponents. So, whether you're watching or you're joining us on the field, take stock in the stage of the game. The early game, when you're trying to get the best possible loot while it's still available. The mid game, where you're balancing positioning while maintaining what you built during the early game. And finally, the end game, where you spend all the advantages you set yourself up with to earn the Victory Royale. Use this to form your game plan in order to earn as many series points weekend after weekend. And maybe next time, we'll be watching and highlighting your top plays. This was BallaTW, and I'll see you in game.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here to bring you the latest installment of Plays of the Week. The final opportunity to qualify for the Fortnite Champion Series happened over the weekend, and a number of players were able to push their way to the top and make some spectacular plays. Let's dive in and see who popped off. Kicking off Plays of the Week, we'll start with Kurtz down in South America as he lets no targets get away and says, "Not today." Staying down in South America, we're on board here with Nothing No Name, as he's able to pull off the hot feet flank and get the positional advantage to pick up a number of elims. Next, popping over to the Middle East, we have M. Siddig on the tack attack, going to work and eliminating the rest of the lobby. Now, normally we say jumping on over, but this time we mean it quite literally, as 72 hours does the leapfrog to pick up an insane elimination. Staying over in NA East, we have the world champion solo player Booga, well, dropping his opponents down a level or two. Now, over to Europe as we watch Fnatic Provoked get himself out of a tight situation and be the lone survivor to run the rest of the lobby. Sometimes in Fortnite, you need to innovate a little bit, and right now Jordan uses everything in his toolkit to pick up 2 quick elims. And finally, over in NA West, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Rex getting his high ground shot out and going for a last-ditch effort to get everything he can. That's it for the top plays from the qualifiers, and the stage has been set as we head into the finals this weekend. Make sure to tune in at Fortnite.com/watch or in client, and we'll see you guys on the battle bus. Beep, beep. Welcome back, everyone, and I will just apologize for everything that happened over the past 90 seconds. I have no idea what any of that was. When Zeke and I get together for too long, we get, kind of a little crazy, but One thing in our end, we were able to resolve some of the issues going through with the scheduled matchmaking. That means we will have Brazil games coming up here in a second. In particular, I just want to talk about this region. This region is near and dear to my heart. One, because I called King placing top 5 in the solo at the World Cup. I said, you could pencil him in. This kid is something special. He plays aggressively, and he's going to bring it to the big stage. He is my hardline prediction for the top spot with Xzone and Toxic. I think they're going to be able to run through. But Brazil in particular, if you haven't watched the region before, they play very differently from the others. Again, we talk about discipline when it comes to the late game. They're good at that. However, the early and mid-game aggression that comes out when they know that they're going to have an advantage on their opponent is utterly ridiculous. We saw a little bit of it coming out from Middle East, but Brazil takes that to a whole nother level. If they see somebody even remotely separated, they will go. They will burn utility to get there and close out the fight, because their thinking is that is a point and we can scavenge anything from them in order to get onto what we need. And I really think it's going to be a good one. You can see there, our predictions are actually a little all over the place. This is one of the few regions where there wasn't really a hardline victor. I would say Brazil and Asia are the two where you've definitively had 5 to 10 teams who can really end up compete coming through. I mean, you can see, as I said, I had King, Xzone, and Tox at the top. Zeke had Reds, Snow, Avalar, and Techno Viking. Shockwave picked Masteer, and then C9's Dracons and Blackouts. Monster D-Face had Nyx, D13, and Tuzu and Lupo picked Wishy, Kurtz, and Laleo. Now, one thing you'll notice from all of that, every single one of those teams either had a representative at the Fortnite World Cup in solos or duos, or they were right on the outside looking in both solos or duos. That would be the red squad right there. Techno Viking was one of the BR there. And now one thing I want to kind of talk about as we bring our casters back out is everyone kind of defending their prediction there. So I talked about why I think King is such a talented player in and of himself, and then being paired up with Xzone, who had got to play on that stage, and then Toxic kind of complements them. But why did you think the red trio, Z?
Look, for me personally, we've seen the Red Trio quite a bit. We've seen Techno Viking off on his own with different types of dual partners, and then Avalar and Snow have always been paired together. Now the trio have come and been paired as, well, a trio. We've seen both of these as their separate duos almost make World Cup qualification on several different occasions, and Techno Viking was actually one placement away from making it in. So I think they've had enough time to kind of learn their strengths and weaknesses, and I think in their showing in week number 4, like, they led the pack by a significant amount. And I think because of that, they have the pieces, man. They just have to put it all together. It just has to be their weekend of Fortnite.
That's a good point there. Now, the reason I picked my trio specifically, I just wanted to kind of study who was being consistent over the weekends and not necessarily pick a top dog. I wanted to pick someone who's been in the running, been kind of in the question pool, right? You know, kind of there, but not quite first place. So that's kind of why I went with Nyx and those boys there. Just personally, just wanted to give someone else a small shout out.
Man, I'm a big fan of Nyx. Huge shout out to Nyx.
I mean, I'm a fan of the region. As I said, Brazil elevated themselves, getting some additional heat play going in there from the Rage, but the games are ready to go. Enough from me. We'll throw it on over to these 5 gentlemen as we go down under to South America and we begin their very first heat. Monster, Z, take it away, guys.
Let's do it, baby. It's time to hop into BR. I cannot wait. Well,
These games rolling. Brazil, game 1 down this heat, and we want to take a look at the leaderboard just to see after all of that where everyone stands. You have to remember there's 6 games queued up, sundown, so this is only the beginning of how things are going to roll out, but the leaderboard obviously always relevant, always important, and always poignant. You know, it's one of those things. You got to keep track of everybody, right?
At every stage of the game, particularly when it is 6 matches, you have to know where you're standing within the rest. And we'll see right here off of the top, it was that 28 points, the victory royale, plus the 13 elims, capping it out there from NYU, Luke, and PH Zin. So very well done from them there. And I mean, they're going to be able, and one thing to note here as well, because in Brazil, we were watching Middle East earlier where the top 16 advanced, Brazil is bumped up into that next tier of regions. So the top 8 will be the ones advancing. So as we flip on over to the next page, you can already see there's a huge disparity from the top to bottom. So if you're able to even get on the board, one elim is putting you within that distance, and it's only the first game. And also there were a couple of teams who were missing through this, so it's only going to get that much more difficult. The pace of this is only going to pick up that much more as we continue going forward. And we're going to dive into some of the plays that happened in this game to see kind of what went down and what led to the 13 elimination victory royale, because that is a huge jump. 28 points, as we saw before, is enough to really put you in that contention, and we should be good. But I mean, right now, as you can see, like, nobody is out of this. Even the teams who are unable to make it into that first match, they are capable of pushing forward. So Brazil showing that there is still much more to come on the table. And honestly, I'm excited again because we get an opportunity today to focus in on regions who don't necessarily normally get as much limelight, and they're capable of making some ridiculous plays. But also, we're seeing much more variance in the end games. We're seeing it kind of, I don't want to say devolve, but it breaks down where players aren't able to necessarily stick with the buddy. And generally, 2 people is enough to run out the rest of the lobby, as we saw from the power trio in Middle East. But even now, if it's just going down to a solo situation, can you imagine the Discord calls when you're the one to clutch up, when you know, hey, there's 4 people left, and all of a sudden you win a 1v1, you win another 1v1. I mean, I get pumped when I win a regular arena game, like, let alone the fact that these guys are sitting here in the finals and watching a run like that.
These are some of the most competitive games we've seen. Even referencing back to the World Cup, you have to realize that there's a big difference between what we've seen now, because it's trios. It's a different situation, it's a different set of players, and just a different play style in general. Now, I do have a question before we jump into these replays. Sundown, during the World Cup qualifiers, we saw Brazil really show up with highly aggressive gameplay. A lot of those players were dropping really high elimination games. Do you expect to see the same thing in solos and duos carry over here into trios throughout these 6 games?
So in trios, you tend to find different pockets of eliminations. It's not necessarily constantly going through, where in solos and duos, a player is able to really sometimes go and pick out, like King, for example. If he sees someone, he's going to go because he knows in his head he's better than that player. So he'll take that fight every time. Your opportunities to get those picks in trios just because there's less people there. But as we saw even in the Middle East games, if somebody gets segmented and you have 2 or 3 people, that's enough to go and respond and at least force utility out. So we'll see the fights and see what happens. And the replay package is ready now. So we're going to hop in to some of those plays and see actually what went down in the early and the mid game. So this is one example right away of that aggression you're talking about, where Zin, they're able to get pressure over towards their opponents, get tags, and then separate somebody, right? You notice they're pinching from each one of the sides, and they're looking to try and cut off one of the enemy teammates from the rest of his team, so then you can attack from 2 sides at once. And in trios, it becomes that much more effective because you're able to split out. And even if somebody gets down, if you're able to convert, the pressure then is on the opponent to try and chase. Now you can see Gonlias getting a good edit and then dropping the pump shot through to help out with his teammate, putting the fish stick skin to good use, and then following up with really good rifle support to make sure they're getting the shots over there. I mean, that is what you want to be looking for, making sure you're backing up your teammate, and that's kind of the team fight situations you talk out. Now, Raquelme getting a good angle with that suppressed SMG. You're seeing a lot less of it now that the tack has been back, but he's able to then rock it out with the Grey Tack, picking up a number of elims there, and then consciously deciding to go up a level, knowing he has limited mats, but elevating just up 1 more and allowing him to pick up a number of elims and push into a better situation. But unfortunately, a little bit lower on mats, is forced to drop down and enter into the fray, as you can see here. But with his advantage in picking up the elim there, he continues to run it out. However, with PH Zin. That pickaxe Elam, he knew he had already hit him for 180. Take the guarantee. You can't miss that shot. It has the widest breath. And then here, sometimes you don't have to be the best. Sometimes you don't have to hit all your shots. You just need to be slightly better than the person across from you.
It's that last one that is most important.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a battle royale. It doesn't matter how pretty it is. You just got to get the job done and eliminate the person against you. But now, Lupo, I think we're going to head into the next matches.
Indeed, we are. My friend, thank you very much for joining us up here on stage. Yeah, we have more Brazil just around the corner. If you're watching at home, make sure you're going out on Twitter. People know what's going on here. If you see any crazy clips, make sure you're tagging us every single time. But we're going to throw back to the casters, make sure that they're aware it is go time for the next game. Gentlemen, if you could please join me on stage.
That's weird. I could have swore.
Zeke, sundown, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we're up now. All right.
Teleportation technology right there, all the way over to the other side, but got the dynamic duo back at it to continue with the Brazil games, and we all know who the better robot is here because we all know Zeke's a bot. I'm sorry, no, come on back out. He definitely does a better robot than me, and that's all I'm going to say there. But after, what were your thoughts on the first match?
I really enjoyed it, man. I love watching Brazil. They are just so incredibly aggressive and very technical. Edits, rotations, rifling skills, they bring it all to the table. I kind of touched on it earlier with Monster, but I still think we haven't seen their maximum skill ceiling. I still think they have so much more they're going to offer and show us over the next few days. And eventually, I think there could be an upset for the season champion. We have made some predictions, but I think there could be an upset.
I mean, there's the potential there. We've seen the consistent teams going through, but match number 2 is ready. So let's get on to the battle bus, drop on in, check out those drop spots, and keep the South American action rolling.
As well. So who's in second at the moment? The only boys as well. Also with a Vicroy. So for tiebreakers, it will come down to Elims, I believe, and then some more after that. So a very close race at the top. Looking down all the way through, maybe even at the second page. For now, we'll see what's up. So we have Mystic, Feebas, and Nogs at the top. Looking at the second page, a notable trio as well. Clipnode, Twaco, and Nothing No Name. We've seen a lot of highlights of them in the 5 qualifying weeks. They're sitting up at 13. They can still catch up if they have another pop-off game with a Victory Royale as well. So right now, very early, anything can happen. Looking down the list, all the way down to 5 points to be up near the top 20. It's still very early in the process. We'll see how things pan out the more games we can cast over. Let's check out this most recent game and see how these guys kind of embody the personification of the EU King Trio in Brazil. All right, breaking it down, we're going towards a mid-game / early game fight in the first zone. We see Suarez coming up from the top, once again taking lessons from these guys. Instant siphons being picked up, making sure you can come back to your trio. We'll see Fishy L2, R2. On the bottom side of this, we're looking at angles and different angles going on in fights, vertically, horizontally, and from the bottom to the top, making sure you can always pick up things around you and stay aware. That's what a support player has to do when he's not in the fight. Going back towards Suarez, though, getting those vertical angles we just talked about. Big surprise, Elims, we talked about it before as well in terms of crosshair positioning. If you have that vertical angle, you get pop-off shots, you get big 100 damage pumps, tax even, that gets you lined up and in there for sure. Now we're seeing a little bit of dual play, swapping over back and forth. Someone's always there to pick up the slack in case you go down. This is the top trio in action right now. The DC boys going over multiple angles over and over again. If one person slacks off, the other person on the other angle will be there to pick it up. Once again, vertical angles. You will only be able to see the head no matter where your bloom goes. So playing height, if you don't have to worry about putting cones above you or putting any builds above you, looking down below, you can get any type of beam possible. You have so much room, as you can see here. The big note also being taken in. Just because you have height, just because you feel like you're getting the win, doesn't mean you have all the points. These guys are at the top with 34 for a reason. Yes, they got the Vicroy, that's 15 placement points, but searching for these Elims all the way at the very end on Sashi, that's how you get kind of away from the rest of your competition. For now, all we're going to be doing is, once again, kind of recapping what we saw. The big lesson kind of to learn from this trio is space out where you are, pick up slack from each other. The big other thing being Brazil, very aggressive region. You see a lot of people dropping down, waterfalling at all times. You want to make sure you have contingencies set into place. So if you're on height, be all the way up. It's a very easy place to kind of see exactly where people are moving and dropping down. We do have some predictions also coming in from the NA East region. We'll see those in just a second. Right here, we see kind of a pattern pulling through. Stretch, Booga, and Clarity, we've seen these guys have constant placements and Elims week to week to week, always being in that top 8. Soundman and Zeke, I see you guys, very, very smart. Me, myself, I think Clicks, Crims, and Spades will pop off on that competition. I think these guys have a dope way to play from the 9th zone on low ground. And then Monster D-Face, Sav, Zay, and Zypha, it's a very safe pick to have, very smart pick as well, because these guys are very experienced and have new blood that can actually take them to the top as well with a dope clutch factor. And then Lupo, the Aspect Animal Bucky consistent trio. Smart pick there as well, but once again, if these guys all have that quality of sharing height, who can be at the top in game and then be on the top of the leaderboards post game as well. So it's going to be a cool thing to see. NA East will be coming up. Brazil for now, once again, to wrap it up and put the perspective on the horizon. It's all about controlling the aggressiveness. It's all about knowing exactly when to drop down and when to pick up for your team. And we could easily see it there with the Mystic Trio, the DC Trio, no matter what their names are, it's just amazing on how they actually break things down and how things are played out. We saw this at the World Cup with King, right? And once again, Sundown mentioned this before. You can go in and watch these other regions and actually pick up on all of this stuff before it actually happens in game. So doing this, learning these lessons are dope. Right now though, next game coming up, Zeke and Sundown. Take it away, cast us all up.
Man, I just love Shy so much. Just the way he breaks down things is like
Sir, Calc, Macwood, and Zextro coming in hot. They might have not been the talk of the town in a lot of predictions or on people's minds, but now I'm pretty sure everyone knows what they've been missing out on, and the VOD reviews are about to start. Everyone's gonna be looking for the next hottest trio. A lot of things did happen in that game. We're going to break it down, as well as Zex's clutch. So let's get right into it and get right onto that replay. So the first thing I want to mention is how much attention you can attract as the big man in your trio making all the moves. It puts up such a big pocket of room for your trio to actually move in. Right now we see Davon going around, revolver, SMG in hand, his teammates weak, down. Because he's attracting so much attention and doing so much, landing shots, moving around, everyone's focused on him. He can move around freely and get his teammates to be back up on the same page. Same thing over here. We see I Am Pandish. He's going to be going around doing editing down. Keox, a good example here as well. He edits down, has nice vertical pressure putting down on the trio in front of him, and now his teammates can walk around, get pressure off on the walls. Very, very smart room to make for your trio. Now we see the other side of a box fight, the defense. We don't usually get this angle, especially in these types of circumstances where you're on ultimate low with walls you can't build around. I believe Retail and Salty are two of the only spots, but getting to choose your edits and your fights is huge. Owning those roofs, owning those floors, very, very smart. Now, the man of the hour, Zextro. Winner Royale, Zextro is back. Big fadeaway pump coming in first, then one pumps, left, up, down, right, center. It's cheat codes being entered and pumps being hit. Amazing quality shots, amazing quality game, a dope clutch we don't usually see. Zextro's back. Their actual dynamic in their trio is very sick as well. I kind of mentioned the person drawing all the heat off as well. These guys can do that simultaneously all the time. If someone has that RPG Shockwave ready to hit and send up, Zex can be the guy to distract. Calc goes up, brings the heat. The rest of the trio can come back up onto height and then play with each other. It's really amazing to see, and I'm so happy these guys won that first game and can easily now translate that over again. We're gonna head over to a quick break though. You guys are probably exhausted from seeing that action. We'll be right back with more NA East madness. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you soon.
What's up everyone, Sundown here, and we just wrapped up our first week of FNCS. We scoured through hours of gameplay to find the sickest and most clutch clips from each region. So welcome to your first installment of Plays of the Week. Let's dive on in.
Hey guys, Shockwave here, and today we're going to be analyzing some of the biggest and most loot-heavy drop spots in the game. From everything to loot paths, timing, and fighting, the most crucial time that sets the tone of the rest of the game is the early game and your drop spot. Top trios have developed ways to split up and attack each of their drops in their own special ways, and we're going to dive in and see some of the basics of each of these spots, as well as who's utilizing them to place high on the leaderboards. Retail Row is an old drop that returns with a new twist in Season X, with both obelisks offering high priority loot and cube monsters offering free shield and ammo drops. Getting control of this drop fast and early can put you at a huge advantage endgame, offering multiple options from increased launch pads, excess shields, diverse utility, and big hitting weapons from all ranges. This drop gets split down the middle halfway, separated into the block tops and the houses/residential side. Most of the time, looting and moving is faster at the block tops, and an increased elevation on height by default allows for an advantage to whichever trio lands there compared to those at the residential side of the drop. With 2 vending machines and multiple chests available too, the trio that controls block tops controls the entire engagement, usually being the ones to come out on top. Mongrel, Benji Fishy, and Mitro have adopted and trained at this drop over multiple weeks of the FNCS. From forcing early game fights on blacktop to coming in late for third parties from the residential side, they use every advantage depending on the type of situation they have to beat other trios and win week after week, leaving the whole lobby scared every time they thank the bus driver. Happy Hamlet has been the drop most competitive players envy, with most chest spawns and many vending machines to boot. Having good options for rotations with ziplines and driftboards, as well as the option of excess loot to get snowside if you have zone, winning this drop and having room to play is a player's dream come true. Playing this drop, however, is very difficult. Usually with 2 to 4 teams contesting you because of how abundant and plentiful loot is, you will always have an uphill fight to face and conquer quickly if you want an advantage heading into mid-game. Taking fights here is all about who engages first and who gets to third party, with most engagements ending quick, as many angles taken are vertical, making it a lot easier to hit headshots for that damage multiplier. Close range box fights are also very common, with less room for mistakes and instant eliminations on knocked players, keeping all opponents healthy off of Siphon. Eclipse, Mega, and Dubs land at Happy, usually preferring the north side of the drop, and although might have trouble making it out of early game in a few of their games, the loot they get when the drop ends up working out sets them up for exponentially more points in the end game, with lots of mobility, shields, and high rarity weapons to make big clutches with. Landing at powerful drop spots is a challenge that requires practice and teamwork to overcome. Being efficient with comms, having a plan, being prepped and ready, as well as adapting to anything you see on the glide are keys in being successful in the early parts of your game. Use that edge for a boost on the competition in endgame, securing good placement and elim points with your trio. And who knows, maybe you can be on the top of the leaderboards playing in the grand finals of the FNCS.
What's up, Fortnite fam? It's me, Zeke, and we're hanging out with our best friend, Sundown. We're doing something a little crazy, Sundown.
Oh, are we now, Zeke? What are we doing?
We are going to make some very bold predictions heading into the finals of the FNCS. We also have our friend Monster D-Face standing by and Shockwave. Gentlemen, if you want to say hello.
What's up, boys?
Ayo.
Very quickly, within 30 seconds or less, you guys got to tell me your predictions for the region. All right, we're starting with Middle East, Sundown. Give me your prediction.
So everyone else went with Fiesel, Kappa, and Klops. They won 4 of the 5 times, but I think them splitting their trios might have given them not enough practice, so my bet is going to go towards Flame, Prime, and Hunter. Expect to see them challenging towards the top, and can't leave out Fiesel, Klops, and Kappa as well.
All right, Monster D-Face, OCE, go.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to go with Geese, Slaya, and Skyla. And the main reason is because Parpy and his trio actually went to NA East, where you guys saw them dominate the region in week 4. So with that being said, I know the X2 twins are, kind of one of the fan faves coming up, but I think Geese, Slaya, and Skyla are really gonna give OCE a run for its money coming up.
Now for Asia, coming back to you, Sundown, what are those predictions?
So Asia, and I've been pretty adamant about this, how there's been about 5 to 10 teams who are consistently up top, but my pick is actually the WGS trio of Jag, Horde, and QLO. They played over in Europe for the World Cup. They've had the most amount of experience. I think that's what's going to allow them to win out.
Sure. Speaking of Europe, Shockwave, you're up.
You guys already know who the kings are of Europe, Mitro, Mongol, and Benji, but the only trio I think that can start a revolution are Stompy, Chinkin, and Aqua. They have a kind of counter play style. They already have a rivalry brewing with the kings of Europe, and I think these guys will have the edge taking it over at the end of the grand finals.
All right, for NA East, Shy, we're going to pick your brain again. Give us those predictions.
So one of the favorite picks to win NA East are Bucky, Animal, and Aspect, but I think the counter to that trio, who's really strong at the moment, is Clicks, Crims, and Spades. They play kind of a rugged type of low ground situation, always getting their win condition at the very end of the game. So I think their type of randomness and weird plays that happen at the end will have them make big plays to win at the end of the grand finals.
Now let's talk about Brazil, gentlemen. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to make a bold claim here. I'm going to say the red trio is going to bring it home. Snow, Avalar, and Techno Viking. We've seen Techno Viking. He almost made World Cup qualifiers. Just barely missed out on qualifying. The same for Snow and Avalar. This will be their weekend. They're very hungry for the win. I'm telling you guys, they are going to do it. Now, finally, let's wrap up with NA West. Monster D-Face, give us your take.
I'd be crazy not to mention the trio, Scented, Rex, and Edgy, because they've been the most consistent in the NA West region. But I think another trio that can give them a run for their money is going to be Arkham, Falconer, and Vinny. And Falconer, by the way, the only free agent on this team here in the NA West, at the top of the board, still dominating. So I would love to see them come through and pull it big for the NA West region.
Some pretty bold predictions made across the board from everyone. Sundown, Shockwave, Monster D-Face, thank you guys so much for hanging out. And for everyone at home, don't forget, tune in this weekend for the FNCS Finals, September 20th through the 22nd. You can watch at Fortnite.com/watch. And of course, guys, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Welcome back, everyone. Nice little photo bomb there from our friend Jordan Fisher joining us on the behind the scenes. But for now, we're actually going to hop back on over to Brazil. We're going to take a look at their scoreboard, see what's going down as we wait for the next NA East match to kick off. So first, we're going to take a look. Again, we are now halfway through Brazil. 3 matches have been played. The top 8 teams will end up advancing. We're going to jump into match 4 here in a little bit, but first we're going to take a look at the leaderboards and kind of see where everyone is shaking out, what is going on. And again, the trio who we saw put up 28 points in the first match is able to hold true, but also in third place, Toxic, Zone, and King were able to win match number 3, rack off 10 eliminations as well, pushing them up to 33 points. So very well done there. And then also you can see Clipnote, Twico, Nothing, No Name able to bounce up into the top 10 as well. However, you can see the battle for that 8th spot right now is pretty tense, with 7th through 10th only being separated by 4 points. And honestly, I'm really excited about this. I know you've spent a ton of time watching Brazil as well. I mean, all of these trios on here can play.
Yeah, Brazil with the same repeat patterns over and over again. We saw it in Worlds. Early on, it's a nice race near the top, but then at the end, the 4 defined trios, duos, solos come through, and it's an insane battle down to that 6th game, all based on points of placement and elims combined. So you need to have those perfect games near the end of your run.
I mean, you have to be putting it all together. And again, these guys will be able to be consistent. They have the back half of their games going on. We have match 4 coming up here in a second. I mean, it's going to be great shot. Do you think this is going to end up like changing up at all, or?
I think Clipnote's going to get higher if these guys are still performing game 2 as well, and the Mystic trio can still get elims game to game to game regardless of placement. I think we'll see a nice 3-way battle all the way near the top. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, let's take a look at the second page and see who is just on the outside. And again, we have pretty much all the way down. I would say 13th is still very much so in striking distance. As soon as you get out of there, 7 points is a pretty decent spread, right? 7 points would be 4 elims and then a top 12, which, and when you're this competitive, even in just the first round of heats, that's an achievement. So all of these guys, while they're close, you're realistically looking at the striking distance right now being about here with the 17 points out. However, we've seen all of these guys are capable of really bringing their game to the next level. And if you get a dub in there, you're set, man.
Yep, and the way momentum works in this region, they could potentially knock out one of these bottom 20 teams, can knock out all the top placing teams instantly in a row in Endgame, and then just keep going on over and over again.
They could keep going on, and we could keep going on about Brazil for forever. But now let's get into match number 4. We got Lupo, we got Monster D-Face. Gentlemen, take us away.
We're here.
Thank you very much, Sundown Monster. Game 4, Brazil, one of the most aggressive regions we've seen. Shy even mentioned the World Cup strategies, the way that players have played, were playing back then, continues to show for Brazil now, here. I expect nothing less than more of the same. A lot of aggressive gameplay,
Absolutely.
a lot of top-down with the RPGs, minigun spray, coordinating team fire. It's going to be crazy. We got Game 4 ready, dude.
We're going to see it. We're going to jump in right now, guys. Let's get straight to this action here. Game 4, Dr. Lupo. So, this heat, the Brazilian region, they've really been cooking all day long. We've jumped back and forth.
goes up and fires it down immediately and then gets the flick. Brilliantly done from J-Love, and let's close it out with Ty Tanks, the winner in NA West. A nice quick scope with the Storm Scout sniper rifle. It had to be the headshot, and it was.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and welcome back to our third installment of Plays of the Week. The FNCS has enabled the players to have a platform to come up with some of the best plays at the highest level of Fortnite competition. So let's dive in and see what went down.
We're going to start on board here in the Middle East, where we see Facel, Exxon, and iFly able to take it all the way home to a victory royale. Next up, we're going to head over to Oceania, where Link put on an absolute clinic with the infantry rifle, denying everyone their opportunity to rotate and showing why they were on top. Over in NA East, we're going to see a little bit of a 2v2. Not sure if that Shockwave was intentional, but Sizzlucky and Chap are going to be able to take out Animal and Aspect when their backs are against the wall. Still hanging out in NA East, we're going to see Connor, BMAC, and Panito break out the new tech as they rotate through one of the moving circles. Now we're on board with Tfue and Cloaksy as they're able to run out the rest of the lobby, man down, and show off their aim to capitalize and claim the victory royale. This one we've seen before, and Europe is proving that they aren't afraid to break out the strat book. Watch this coordination as they're able to pick up 3 clean eliminations. Sticking around in Europe, it's time to watch Fnatic Motor go to work as he clutches up in an insane 1v2. Now it's Lechy's turn to go to work and show what can be done when you're hanging out on the backside of the storm. And finally, we'll see a competitive veteran show why he's one of the best.
Thank you so much for watching our third installment of Plays of the Week, and make sure you keep your eyes peeled for some additional content coming over the next few days. We'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. Beep beep. What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and welcome back to our fourth installment of Plays of the Week. Around the globe, players were able to have some outstanding performances to close out Week 4. Let's dive on in and take a look. We'll kick off the action over in NA West as Edgy, Rex, and Scented are able to go to work in the close quarters of Paradise Palms. Staying over in NA West, we're gonna watch as Wavy Jacob makes the controller gang proud, rocking off elim after elim to take the victory royale. Hopping on over to NA East, we're on board with the World Cup solo champion Bugga, as he's able to use the heavy sniper to put down 2 of the FaZe members and then go to work in the early game. Staying over in NA East, we're on board with Misfits Clicks as he's able to win 2 1v1s to clutch up the victory royale. Hopping across the pond, we're on board with the walking highlight reel himself, Mongrel. All hail the Meta Masters. And no, this time it's not Psalm. You're up.
Welcome back, everyone, and sorry about that. We didn't manage to pop a bandage. We weren't as good as Zexro and Go Through. We had some issues not only on our end with the matchmaking earlier, but we also had some internet problems. But as the things go with the road, it's Fortnite. You have to adapt and overcome. But first, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, sorry and thank you for your continued patience. And if you do have any hate, any of that frustration, you need to let it out. Please throw it all on me at XSundown on Twitter. O is a 0. Give me all that frustration. But we're gonna throw it straight into Brazil. Game 6, we will see the final moments on this server and who will be advancing to the grand final. Lupo, Monster, take us away.
Sundown, thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our apologies.
I mean, the action in Brazil has been incredible. It's nice to see those top teams really separating themselves and the top 8 being able to advance and go through, particularly on the back of the patented South American aggression. You're looking to get in people's faces, you're looking to take fights and make their materials and utility your own, and seeing that aggressive style pay off time and time again is so rewarding. Let's take a look at the results and see who was able to make it into the top 8. And one thing I immediately want to call out, those 3 teams who missed the first match, one's in first place at 75 points, who I also happen to predict. And then the other 2 were also in at 3rd and 8th. So they will be advancing on to the grand finals, able to make it in 5 of the 6 matches. But again, that last victory royale, we talked about only needing one really good game to push yourselves back up. Redley, Goneves, and Sushi were able to push up and get that one. And honestly, this is about what I thought would come out of this group. The one thing that is super tough is Zugarel being pushed out right there. They got picked off just outside the placement points, and it caused them to lose that tiebreaker going on there. That 3 points would have put them enough in the clear, but when we talk about it, every little play matters.
That's right. I think I'm the most impressed with this trio from only, for me personally, this is the first time we've seen them kind of in these heats and whatnot. PH Zin had made so many massive impact eliminations. Even in that last game, picked off King mid-flight. That's huge. That's gonna force his trio to make a completely different decision going into those last few circles, and inevitably, it cost them those extra points. So it's very impressive. I can't wait to see these guys in grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy my prediction's gonna hold through, and like they're through on the top. Like I said, a good showing only in the 5 games there. But with that, we are going to be done for the day on our side. However, there are still matches running. NA West will pick up after this, and NA East is right on its end. And while we are a big proponent of putting on this show, on the flip side of that, the community does a great job going through and checking out the server replays, not only to make content, but to also do live broadcasts covering the action. We've seen Bala do it before. We have seen Lupo do it before. We've seen Monster do it before. But one of the community members who does a great job with it, pours in a ton of effort in Europe, particularly with the War Legend Cups, but also in NA East and NA West, is Clay Stolick. He's done a great job going through, covering it, and making sure you get the action. So when we're done here and after we wrap up, we're going to be throwing a raid on over to Clay as he finishes off NA East and NA West. He will bring you the rest of the action to close out the evening.
Well, that's it. You said it best. So with that, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.